Welcome to the shit show. Welcome to the shit show. Yay, look. I have a little mask. What audio is this thing using? Yeah, you good. Made it. Hey guys. Stug does win. What's up, Dorcas? I want to call you Dorcas instead of Optimus. Okay. Was it like a... Just hold on. I will... Now we can present. Share screen. There you go. Ta-da! And obviously we'll take the little mask off. Can only put the mask on my... If I use a virtual camera, I can actually make all of the nice things. I can have little mask stuff on and do all nice things with my camera. But for now, we'll just do it this way. Cool kids in the house. You did not win. Oh, none of us won except for Scum. For those of you who have continued, who have persevered through the first half an hour of trying to get this fucking working, I appreciate you. Okay, ad source, let's go. Extra camera, presentations, video storage. So I want to share video from the restream. No, local video. An additional camera to the stream. Nah. I'm saying presentation, but it's actually, it will not do that. Just, can you just give me another window source? Fucking morons. No. Suppose we can use a video from storage. Because I downloaded it already. I honestly, I'm in such a bad mood right now. But it's okay, we'll get over it.
Or the government is allowed to
It's such a fucking ludicrous position. Can we stop with that? Like, that is so
hilarious because I can't hear it. Audio output. Game, will you play?
oh god stupid.
Wait, why do you think
And
that
what is
it's so ludicrous?
I don't think it's too much to ask.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait. One of the worries of the Alito draft is that this could theoretically be used, even though Alito says otherwise, I think like 4 times, this could be used to get rid of a lot of contraception. So I'm curious if you really believe that. If we were to say theoretically that there was a pill that you could take to have an abortion up to 9 months, would you be okay with like a 9-month abortion?
You beat Xenojiva? Well done, Andy. I love Xenojiva. Mr. Start of Stream, Boomer Streamer, like, I got you, bro. Exactly, Walter. I'm good. She's good. Your mom is gay. She is. Kitty in a bad is literally, I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear. Yay, my Lord and Savior, Stephen Bunnell. Who is this? Persevered, enjoy thoroughly, more like it. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you so very much for sticking around. I really appreciate it. I guess the less I try, the less I try, the less I'll fuck up. So I need to just chill the fuck out, and then shit will happen. Destiny and Rekieta voices together in one stream, I don't think I can handle it. What's wrong with their voices? I love Rekieta's voice. Oh, is that his name? I thought it might be me, Destiny. But anyway, more importantly, Andrew beat Xenojiva in Monster Hunter. So I think that is... Oh, I wish I had my soundboard set up. Fuck everything. Fuck all this. Okay. let's have a break. That's a life lesson for children. Less you try, the less you fail. Exactly, that's what we're gonna do here on Shinsia's stream. Destiny is a black woman's name. Sultan, that is. It's true. Anyway, this is what we're going to be doing today. I think, seeing as I'm streaming through my my browser, I can bring up the little display and put the video there. Display settings. Hello, little display. Extend. Tiny little laptop. Guys, I feel like everything will just be different the moment we move to a different place. I'll set up my room, and we'll really start the computer, the PC build, because that is it. I've had enough. I have had enough. Okay? Here, if you guys would like to look, I'll get angry at things. Don't worry. Just if I get a better computer, that doesn't mean I won't get angry anymore and there won't be scuff. Don't worry, there'll be scuffed streams. But please, here is the grifter code for the grifter portal. If you want to contribute to the PC build that is going to occur, every little cent counts. Thank you. But yeah, we're gonna get there. I would pay money to watch Destiny strip. Oh my god. Okay, Jab. I didn't know. What is that thumbnail? What is the thumbnail? That thumbnail? Their thumbnail? What is the thumbnail? Did it change? I don't know. What does it do? Yeah, I think Restream will have to be it, but I want to sort out my alerts, because although I did put them, I need to turn into Catwoman. Don't worry. When is we'll do we'll do a Halloween stream, and I'll be Catwoman. Oh, Destiny's a girl. Oh, I get it. Thank you, Andrew. I would pay good money to watch Destiny's strip. Okay. I think you just have to orbit him for a bit. Who? Me? Donate to the comedy show. You need to turn into Catwoman, yeah. So. Destiny's strip show stream when? Hey, not my... I don't know. We will try and get him on. Let's do it. Okay. Let's press play and see where we are. First of all, the whole point was to put you guys over here. Okay, whoa. This computer is this tiny little screen, doesn't know how to deal with anything. Okay. Okay, let's go! Okay, actually, I'll put my little captions here as well and be like, to help us. I said add, bitch. Ta-da! Okay, so let's just, I haven't watched much of this debate, everybody. I just watched the little highlight that he puts in the beginning of the video, and then all I know is that Destiny starts, everybody needs to give a little bit of feedback on, the basic question is, what is your take on, I think this was before Roe versus Wade was overturned, it was when that Supreme Court judge or something, I don't know how the hell your stuff works there, there was the leaked opinion that came out, and that's why this was a topic for our Destiny man. So let's just have a look at the highlights. I think I'll let it play. Unfortunately, the seeking on this tiny little screen over here is pissy, but you guys, you know that this is the scuffiest of scuffs. So honestly, what are you doing here if you still have hope? You should have abandoned hope the moment you clicked on this stream, if you were thinking of quality. Okay, anyway. Let's WhatsApp chat. Stop trying to convert everyone into VTubers. Andrew, get a cat girl VTuber model, not for all the time, but for fun times. You know what? I was thinking about it. Just because I want to do a cat thing. That's all. Just so that I could be a cat that way. Stop trying to convert. Can someone help a boomer out and tell me how to access the gift portal? My phone isn't the gift portal. Sorry, I'm picking it up and you can just do this. There, if you could just go like that. If Stream Elements decides to fucking reply, thank you. There you go. There you can just go to the normal link. You don't need to use the I think the QR code is just to help people who have it on TV. But I appreciate you even considering it, Lucy. It's so weird asking, but it's like, I'm like, no, guys, we have to have a goal. All of us will have a goal. It doesn't matter if it's $5 at a time. It's cool. We get it. We go, and then we do. Then you get to see me go, what the fuck are we doing when I put the computer together? Which, you know, like I have this. I'll have my own stream room, and we'll have to soundproof it, and all of that stuff has to happen this year. So we got stuff to do. But at the moment, we still have to go back to this and do what we're here to do, which is diagram and finish diagrams. I do need to just check. Okay, Chris, because you guys are on the small screen here. Guys, if I am missing any of your chats, please tell me, because this is Restream. Okay, Restream is just showing me the chats. I've got no filter that I know of on the chat. So if you feel like I haven't seen you, then please forgive me. Okay, but it's fun. Yeah, it is very. You know what? But Andrew, you need to be the only one. Filters what? Filters on what? Audio. Anyway, let's press play.
Or the government is allowed to
It's
force
such
you
a
to get an
fucking
abortion.
ludicrous position. Can we stop with
Yeah, I
that?
think
Like,
that's
that is so stupid.
Wait, why do you think
What
that
is
is so ludicrous?
I don't
Yeah,
think it's too
we
much
have
to
go with
ask. I'm
hypotheticals.
also
Okay, wait, hold on, wait. One of the worries of the
Wait,
Alito draft is that
wait.
this could theoretically be used, even though Alito says otherwise, I think like 4 times, this
don't
could be
think
used to get rid of
my
a lot of
median-
contraception.
my
Because I'm
media
curious if you really
play
believe that.
pause
If we were to
buttons
say
don't work.
theoretically that there was a pill that you could take to have an abortion up to 9 months, would you be okay with like a
Still
9-month
doesn't work.
abortion if you took a pill for it?
Magically it would.
So how do you delineate that?
Is a
Well,
fertilized
it might not be life.
being. Is a fertilized egg a human being?
Well,
I
he's
didn't
asking
ask if
about
it was a
life.
human being.
Okay, I think. Hold on, wait. Let's.
We have
So
categories on this
wait. Hold on.
purpose.
Whoa, hey.
Hold on here. Did you see? Okay, so I did change my stream element so that your video, your message will come through in chat. So even though there's no alert, you can still see. Wait, you know what? I can do alerts. Hold on, I can do alerts. Because Andrew Clark, an absolute G, tipped for $4, saying $4.20, saying there is no alert for this. Shake my head. Okay, so here, graphics. No, I want the captions. Where's the video? Oh yes, add a source. There's supposed to be some sort of. Lucy the baller just tipped $13 saying meow. Okay, so wait, let me just put them up here like this as well. I don't. You see? Look what Stream Elements did. It doesn't know your currency. Thank you, Lucy. And here is Andrew also with his shake my head. I love the attitudes, the 2 different attitudes there. See what the fox does, and then the cat actually. The meow. My favorite topic, abortion. Oh, great, yeah, isn't it? Source, background music. We can put background music, guys. Ambient. Let's see. What does it sound like? There's the music. What? Ambient, I'm turning it off. I need to hear this. I can't hear it properly. That's not ambient. That's just little... Remove source. Jesus. Come guys, let's play with it with our music here. Lo-fi. Lounge. Down tempo. Chill. I like Rosales' background music. Do you guys like it? It's paid for music. You guys paid for this. Okay.
Alito just recently had a leaked opinion that nobody cares about the leak, I guess, but they care about the opinion, which is a different thing. But basically, it looks as though the court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, historically, I say historically, over the past few years, I've heard people make arguments that the Roe v. Wade ruling and the Casey ruling are on kind of shaky ground in terms of how we...
Hold up. Here's Lauren debate. How good is this debate for Nick? Really not a fan of Pisco. Okay, wait, we got another one. Without the excitement, I am the alert, okay? Yay, alert! Wait. You put money. You gave money to this person. Are you happy? Do you have buyer's remorse? Jab Slant. The baller just tipped $10 saying, hello, my chunky monkeys. I can say it out loud. It's fine. It's in nondescript. He's just calling us all chunky monkeys. It's fine. I actually did exercise today. So there's that. Okay, I'll play your song. There you go. Okay. Let us continue. So as our man Destiny has said, listen.
We arrive at this right to abortion. I've heard other people say it's not shaky ground. I'm not here to make those arguments. I'm kind of here to bring you guys together who are all, I believe, currently practicing attorneys, right? So
yeah, I swear in June.
Okay, whatever, close enough. Okay. And then yeah, I'm kind of curious to hear the back and forth on. There's like two big questions, I guess, that I have. One is if you think they're two. I think they're fundamentally.
What does jumping mean? Does it mean is it good? Nah. I know I'm jumpy. I am grey. It was the ploy the whole. I am grey. It was a ploy the whole time. What jab is Dane? What? Oh, jab is Dane. Like, what is this? That's also what's unfair. It won't like. Actually, no. If you guys put your different name, it'll still say that, right? In the. Anyways. So the intro basically. So I'm just gonna say Rekieta and lefty lawyers. So I'm just gonna LLs. LLs. Okay, and just for our intro. Okay, we are going to go a little bit back.
Different, although they get conflated. One is if you think Roe and Casey were good rulings, and then the second one is, regardless of if it was good or bad, do you
or the government is allowed to
it's such a fucking ludicrous position. Can we stop with that?
There's like,
okay, sorry,
is a common law thought of for abortion is
sorry, decisive opinion with respect to the incorporate. Okay with
there's like two big questions, I guess, that I have. One is if you think they're two. I think they're fundamentally different, although they get conflated. One is if you think Roe and Casey were good rulings, and then the second one is, regardless of if it was good or bad, do you think that the court should overturn these?
Okay, so questions to the panel. Was Roe v. Wade? Whoopsie majiggy. Moopsie majiggy. That's a thing. That's a thing. Question for the panel. Was Roe v. Wade ruling good? Is overturning good? Oh, for fuck's sake! Is overturning good. Okay, Destiny I think will make purple. Or blue, I suppose, Destiny. Destiny's blue because of his hair. He's moderating. That's why we're doing this. We actually just want to see him moderate. Okay. I can only hang out for another 45 minutes. I'm going to lunch with the VPs today to be considered for a big promotion, like 40k increase. I'm so nervous. Oh my gosh. Good, yes, good luck, Patrick. That's amazing. You, Godspeed, dude. I just donated, but it's not showing. It seems like something is broken. Donated under my name. What? It didn't show? Adam Friended. Is that you? An absolute G just tipped $4 saying, Kitty, hello. Need I do you help any free me from? Skilled am I with OBS. And I ropes can show you. Streaming hard we can. Is that for real, Adam, or you are, is it, is that Andrew? Is it Andrew Friended? Look how red I go thinking that it is Adam, though. Kitty needs some shrooms. You know what, I'm a believer in psychedelic therapy. Gray, when is the first sci-fi fantasy? Yeah, it's Friday. She may already be on them, Patrick. I just donated, but it's not showing. Seems like something is broken. So, wait. Hey guys, hold on. Thanks, Lucy. Apparently it will only display your first message. Take my head. That's a lie. Let me see. Spoiler! Roe versus Wade is bad ruling, and even RBG agreed. Okay, hold on. No, oh my god, I'm trying to... Streaming is hard. Let me just go to the... I'm going to the dashboard so I can see your message there, Andrew. Pandrew. But if that was Adam, thank you. If you are being, I've been streaming for many years and I still fuck shit up. Yeah, tip Adam Friended. Kitty, hello. There, wait. Jab, hello my chunky monkeys. Meow, Lucy, Andrew. There is no alert for this message. Yeah, it doesn't show anything else, Andrew. That's interesting. Filter. No, it's all of it. I mean, like, if you give me 50 cents, it'll give you... Is it for real, Adam? Thank you for the super chat, Adam. Well, it's not a super chat. We can't call it that. Also, I do enjoy this spelling. Need I? Do you help any me from? Skilled am I with FES? Of course I need help, but it costs a lot of money. There's a lot. At this mushrooms talk making me feel like a microdose of nuts. All this, guys, don't be okay, I don't know. I'm not a fan of me. I wouldn't do the microdosing thing. But anyway, shall we maybe hide message on the stream? Okay, there you go. Sorry, that was stuck. Stop, everybody who I'm against drugs while I'm in this country. Okay. We don't do drugs in this country. None of us. We're all here and we're all just doing normal things. We don't do nothing bad. Please don't kick me out. Okay. Let's press play. Gordon, we're live. Please don't walk through there. Gordon? What? Oh, okay, jeez, I thought you had no thing on. In food in the microwave, my baby. Okay. Check DMs. Discord DMs? Okay, but let me just play. Because we need to get going, guys.
Before we start, I guess, like, broadly speaking, can we kind of move through? I'm just curious so that we can all kind of...
Wait, stream elements. What's this? Michael Eric Dyson, the baller, just tipped $40 saying, I wanted to grace the stream with my presence and comment on the degeneration of my proclamation regarding the radicalization of this problematic nation. Hold on. Please check your angry white selves next time you cover one of my sermons. How's about no? Thank you, Mr. Dyson. And for your very generous donation towards a less angry stream. I'm checking. Go to restream. Screenshot. Okay, I'm getting the message from. The message started with the fox says. My second message was. Yeah, there's no other message. It's not showing. Maybe it was censored. What did you say? What did you say, Andrew? What ugly things did you say? Sounds just like him. I'm surprised we actually, I could understand him. That guy sure sounds like the sound of his voice. Sounds a bit, the dollar amount sounded very J-Mac. I'm just saying. Oh! Thank you very much, Jay. I agree. He does like the sound of his own voice, but I think I did very well giving him a sound. Look at this. Proclamation regarding the racialized. I thought it was rape. The racialization. It's problematic. The radicalization of the problematic nation. Please check your anger white cell. Sorry, what do we check? I mean, we checked them and then we were like, bye. Thank you, J-Mac. We are going to conquer this lack of RAM. We are. Anyway, you know what would be great is if we did a fucking debate diagram. I swear to God. The more the more tips I get in a stream, it seems, the more derailed I get. It's actually quite fun. All this time, I thought Michael Eric Dyson was Neil deGrasse Tyson. Return of the Mac. He is. Oh yes, he's crazy. But also, hey, I cycled today. So everybody, I get excited about telling J Mac and everyone that I'm cycling because they're also healthy. All of them. Okay, play. Don't stop. Did you guys ever get play? What do you call it? The energy drink? Woo! Took long enough for her to get there, but she got there. We love derailing you. Hey, at least you're derailing me. Ah! Okay, Neil can be cool. Dyson just sucks. Yeah, Neil can be bad, guys. Okay, phrasing. Exactly, Patrick. But I know that Andrew is not that way. He's not like you. Okay, so he's asking, actually, why would I not split this up into two? Moron. Does this background music sound like porno music? Sounds like porno music. Okay. Ta-da. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. We have 2 things done. Let's go.
kind of get down. Lego pizza. Do you have a name you prefer?
Oh yeah, it's not feeding the ducks. Oh my god, it's probably part of this sound. No, but they used StreamYard, so it won't be part of this pack, I don't think. We use Restream, so ours won't have feeding the ducks. They are filthy animals. David, you're just pure. Okay, stupid ducks. Okay, let's go, let's play.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Lego pizza. Do you have a name you prefer? Or do you want me to call you Lego?
Lego's fine.
Oh yeah, I tried to
so
get these
Lego.
guys. I tried to like see if they had channels to also tag in this, and they weren't there. So sorry.
Broadly speaking, how do you feel about Roe v. Wade, KCV Planned Parenthood, yeah, and then the Alito draft?
Okay, so I'm actually going to have to give Lego a color. Well, just Lego, just L. Okay, so he will give his answer. Lego opening statement. Okay. And he's for the liberal side. Wait, we're reclaiming the word liberal, so he's for, even though I put it in the screen, the what's the name? Equin Shadox, I hope that Restreams is showing me live chat because I can't change any other settings. So, but I saw you say that, so that's a good thing, isn't it? Okay. Let's do his opening statement. Let's see what bro has to say.
Sure. So I think personally that Roe v. Wade is actually a compromise between the pro-choice and pro-life sides. Because if you look at the pro-life side, they say abortion should never happen. If you look at the pro-choice side, they say, you know, you should be able to get an abortion whenever you want. And then when you look at the actual rulings in Roe v. Wade and Casey versus Planned Parenthood, they've delineated when an abortion is okay and when it is not okay. And that ends up being when the fetus is viable outside of the mother's womb, when you look at what Casey says, right? So I think that that's actually just a compromise, and we should be happy with that as law, because it's some middle ground, right? I mean, this is going to be something in America that people are going to fight over forever. Mm-hmm. And when you look at it like that, I think that Casey and Roe kind of show you this compromise that we should be okay with. I disagree that there is some like shaky ground on it. I think that they've used law that they've used before in other implied right cases, and it's consistent with those.
Okay, and then so you would say that Alito's overturning it is a bad thing, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, and I don't agree with Alito's overruling of both. I don't think that there was enough factors that would overturn the precedent in this case.
I do not appreciate, I'm sorry, I don't know if how normal this is, and he does change it, but the whole playing of a game in the background, I can't fucking handle that. That's a thing that he does. I know that, I don't know, maybe I suppose it's just an ADD thing. I know I fiddle with things in my hands and whatever, but the whole thing of playing a game in the background, no. I don't want to hear your clicking and shit in the background as well. No, stop. So I know that has nothing to do with what we've just heard, so you thought I was going to give some sort of in-depth opinion. No, all I'm thinking of is this fucking click, 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 click in the background. Okay, so, what's it, not good, the overturning. Okay, that's basically what he's saying. Such a shame Rekieta sell out to that weird platform. Oh, you mean, he didn't sell out. He still does some stuff on YouTube. It's just what Destiny does. I don't care if that's just what he does. I guess, what I do is yell, so. Is that Factory? Who the fuck knows? What, yell? I'll tip if you never make that noise again. I don't know what noise. The yelling? What did I do? Did I make... Can you clip it so that I can play it back for you? How are we tipping? We're tipping cows. You tip by going !tip in the chat. Fiddling with things is fine, but playing a game is too engaging. He may be able to handle it most of the time, but there's no way he can not be distracted. Yeah. Got in trouble with YouTube. I don't think it's his stuff monetized on YouTube anymore. Rumble is his home, said before. He makes way more money on Rumble. It's through PayPal that you give the monies, Patrick. And then you can give me the timestamp of the noise so that I make sure that I don't do it again. Okay. There's many noises that I make, and if you've never heard me make that noise before, at least that, you know, that makes it, it's not a normal one. Because that goes to a 404, does it? Does it go? It's this one, the one over here, the we're too little, that one, not that you can tip to using this link. So go to the that Don Kitty 605, that one with the number in it. Scarf! Okay, let's go.
I mean, we can go through a stare decisis factor if we want, but also I think that the foundational law is good law and isn't proper to overrule, even if even with stare decisis factors, because it is foundationally sound.
Okay. Pisco, where do you stand on Roe and Casey, and then on Alito's overturning of such?
Okay, so this is P. What's his name? What's his name? P. Something. Piso dude. Piso dude.
Yeah, I think that Roe stands as totally consistent with a line of cases in the 20th century that recognizes implied fundamental rights. And that's basically what you have to do to accept Roe, to accept that fundamental rights exist and that Roe is in line with cases like Griswold, with cases like Eisenstadt, Skinner, that recognize that there is some notion, some implied liberty about the autonomous decision whether or not to bear or beget a child. And that's how you should view of that right. Why should you believe that implied rights are a thing? Well, one is the Supreme Court says so. And so for years, substantive due process has been the law of the land. Alito recognized that substantive due process is the law of the land in his draft opinion. With respect to the incorporation doctrine, those are kind of implied rights that no one thought applied to state governments until later in the 20th century, when we interpreted those rights to apply to the state governments. But also, it makes sense. The 9th Amendment of the United States anticipates that there's going to be some exercise along the lines of identified implied rights. And the question ultimately is, how do you find those implied rights? I agree fundamentally that the inquiry is one of history. History is your guiding light here. But it's not at the level of the narrow set of individual circumstances that existed in the 18th century or in the 19th century. It's more valued in principle than that. We don't want to live in a world, and we don't live in a world where the government has ever been allowed, for instance, to tell you that you must that you must get an abortion. Think about that example. If there were a world in which a state passed a law that said you must have an abortion, if there is no if there is no fundamental right decision whether to bear or beget a child, that law seems like it would be perfectly constitutional. Of course not. History tells us that that value is intrinsic to our notions of ordered liberty. And for that reason, Roe is not an aberration. It's a continuation of the cases related to contraception and sterilization. Is it the perfect opinion? No, in terms of maybe some of the line drawing that's done in that case and some of the atmospherics, but on the substance, it was correctly decided. And we'll get into stare decisis later, but that's kind of my take.
Okay, gotcha. All right, just looking for quick overviews, motherfuckers. But now that we've gone this far, might as well hash it a bit more. So, okay, Nick, yeah. So, what do you think about?
Okay, so he's not, and he said it's also a continuation. Sterilization of birth control discussion and sterilization discussion. Okay, I'm just making it general so that we can keep going. In comparison, you must get an abortion is a wildly unrealistic, misanthropic hypothetical. As opposed to wrong, Vincent's thing came up there. Unfair comparison, you must get an abortion is wildly unrealistic, misanthropic, hypothetical. So he's just using it as, well, we're using the reverse. It's about the principle. So that's him bringing that up is about a principle. The principle of you have no right to do either, to force one or the other. But so you are saying, Ikrin, that they're qualitatively different. Morally, those are two different things. I did a tip. Where? China. Hello? Is Destiny moderating? Yes, he is. Hi, depressed Hydra. I'm saying your full name. Patrick. There we go. Here we go, guys. Patrick and Absolute G just tipped 420, saying, why can't you fool an aborted baby? Because it wasn't born yesterday. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna tell Gordon the joke. Don't do that. Okay. Well, it's about an aborted baby. He doesn't want to know. He's angry today. You guys did that to him. It's your fault. Thank you, Patrick. And have a great lunch today. All of the luck for that. Pretty sure Rekieta outstared Pisco because he invokes English common law. That word. Okay, black humor. He's a good. It's a good joke. It really is a good joke. It's a very sad joke, but it's a very good joke. Very good. I wouldn't say very good, but let's relax, yeah? It's funny. Okay, let's continue. Who's this other one? We saw his head. No, immersion ruined. I know, that's why I was supposed to do this. Okay, just pretend that you forget. You haven't seen him. Okay, you guys don't need to see the top of my head. But there's no, okay. There you go. Star eat these. I don't do drugs. I ingest them by recommendation of a licensed physician named Guy on a corner. The offices are on the corner. Okay, so, whoa. Why is that here? Wrong way. You come here. Okay, Lego, Pisco, and who's next? Nick. Okay. The nose. My fellow nosed person. Nick Rekieta. All highly intelligent people have large noses. Not a fan of Destiny's mod style. He doesn't listen and just AFK. Well, I hope so. Kitty didn't get my tip. I did. This part I just showed you. We just told you we told the joke. Didn't you hear, Patrick? Does he just want me to read it again? Do you just want me to read your joke again? Well, as long as some guy in the corner approved, you should be good. Okay, yeah, we'll go after. We'll go and where's Patrick? Come stream elements. Where's Patrick's thing? Or am I rereading? FBI. Okay, that's here. FBI and Absolute G just tipped $6.90 saying, hello Kitty, You claim to be a centrist, yet regularly take money from well-known and capo communist and suspected baby murder Calvin Pafferjack. Okay, you're a baby. He's a baby murderer. I didn't know that. I thought he just only. Wait, he only ate hands. He doesn't. He only eats the hands. He doesn't kill them. God, get your facts straight, FBI. Checkmate, liberal. Just the tip because it feels good. You guys are so full of shit. Oh my god. Hey, Shinigandi! Destiny can be irritatingly passive, yes. Let's see what he's like. I don't know. I have no opinion yet. At the moment, I'm very upset that he was playing a game, but it seems like he stopped doing that. Or at least stopped showing it.
Casey rulings, and what do you think about Alito overturning said rulings?
The Roe and Casey rulings are terrible. They're bad law. They've always been bad law. They've been recognized as bad law by such firm pro-life Supreme Court justices as Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the proest of life justices out there. They recognize that Roe is a made-up implied right. It always has been a made-up implied right. It is a completely different nature and character of implied right than all of the other implied rights that we have. It disregards one of the most implicit rights in the Constitution, which is the right to life. If we want to start going through history of cases, if we want to start going through the history of how these things are viewed, how implied rights are viewed, we can go all the way back to English common law.
Okay, we're trying to pick up. I'm trying to get it
in the 1400s and find an implied right to life and an implied
common law thought
is
opinion with respect.
Okay with.
There's like two big questions.
Okay with. I disagree that they're.
Opinion with respect to the incorporation doctrine. Sorry to cite this later, but that's kind of my take.
Is effective.
Sorry to cite this later, but that's kind of my take.
Okay, gotcha. All right, just looking for quick overviews, motherfuckers. But now that we've gone this far, might as well hash it a bit more. So, okay, Nick, yeah. So, what do you think about the Roe and Casey rulings, and what do you think about Alito overturning said rulings?
The Roe and Casey rulings are terrible. They're bad law. They've always been bad law. They've been recognized as bad law by such firm pro-life Supreme Court justices as Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the proest of life justices out there. They recognize that Roe is a made-up implied right. It always has been a made-up implied right. It is a completely different nature and character of implied right than all of the other implied rights that we have. It disregards one of the most implicit rights in the Constitution, which is the right to life. If we want to start going through history of cases, if we want to start going through the history of how these things are viewed, how implied rights are viewed, we can go all the way back to English common law in the 1400s and find an implied right to life and an implied set of rights being granted to unborn children through property law and through descendancy. So no, they're terrible laws, and Alito overturning it is entirely proper. And I know we're going to get into this debate about well, should it have been overturned? It's precedental. Do we meet the stare decisis factors? And the biggest stare decisis factor is, was the foundational ruling correct? The foundational ruling was not correct. Therefore, it should not be there. Therefore, the stare decisis test is effectively met at this point. The argument in favor of Roe has always been, well, it's precedental, so therefore it shouldn't be undone. But that's not really solid foundational grounds, and so no. I will always disagree with it. Whether or not you believe abortion should exist in some factor or another, Roe was an improper vehicle to get it there. Always has been. And yeah, I guess we can debate from there, but that's my opening position.
And then Jesse, your opinion on Roe and Casey, and then your opinion on Alito overturning Roe and Casey.
Yeah, I think my position's a little bit more attenuated on the first issue, at least. I generally seem to think that
I suppose I don't know if this person is another liberal lawyer, but it seems like they are, especially because they speak like this, because that's how liberal people usually speak is they finish a sentence like this. So I'm actually supposed to take this and make a red one, but who knows? Maybe he's actually more on Nick's side. Why are you not fucking changing the color of this? Is there a particular reason? Fuck's sake. Here we go. Okay. I have to wonder if I speak like that. Wait, how? Like how? What's hilarious? If women can have abortions, men should be able to opt out of child support. Fair deal. I do agree, actually. Like, why not? Pro-choicers need a better justification than Roe. True. Women can have abortions. Well, you know what? I don't see the logical difficulty there. Morally as well. If this woman is capable of basically just because by virtue of the child or biology that she has this child in her, she can make the decision to kill that child without it doesn't matter what you say. I guess maybe you could say you could argue with me and say that's just pettiness. Oh, well, if you can do this, then I can do that. It's more like no. They seem quite equivalent. The one person in the couple is making a decision for the other. I have to wonder. Okay, Patrick. I'm against both. No fault child abandonment. No, thank you. Yeah, well, basically that's what you. Both of it shouldn't be. Well, that's because your then your foundational principle there is take care of the fucking child, both of you. That's it. Gray. Calgary is nice. I live outside Edmonton, but I work all over. That speech pattern is called rising terminal. Thank you, Zerofax. I've only ever been to Banff. I don't know. I can relate to voters' regrets. Oi, take a stance. Maybe you've been fence sitting too long. Thanks, darling. Tell stream elements. If you can kill a kid, then I don't have to pay for a live one. I put inflections signify doubt in what one is saying if the person is not asking a question. So yeah, Shinigandi, that you know what I pick up with that is it's not so much doubt the person, usually that is in normal conversation, that's what happens, but when somebody is showing you their opinion like that, it makes sense. It's asking if you're following. So it's like you are. I will do it. I just did it, right? Where you lift you're asking kind of like, are you following? But a lot of the time with the liberal and liberal shit, we're still trying to reclaim it. Okay, with the with the leftist. Okay, with the far leftist, they will have that intonation. And what I think it is this. Are you that stupid that I need that? Why are you following me? It's a condescension sort of thing a lot of the time. Not right now. It can't be in this context because it's just a speech pattern. It's just what he's talking about. But it's just how he's talking. But a lot of the time when it comes to the argumentation, they speak like this and they come up because it's like they are bestowing such knowledge upon you, and they are asking you the whole time whether you're following because you're so stupid. How could you not follow? How could you not see what they're doing? That's what I see in it. That's how I interpret it, and it makes sense to me. Most of the time, it's actually like, geez, Dane and Bob do it. Dane does it more than Bob, and I don't seem to see it in centrists or right-wing people. They don't do that. They're busy just telling you. So yeah, I suppose the doubt that you could pick up from this when somebody speaks this way is they have a doubt that you understand them or something like that. But in normal conversation, my intonation there is, you following me? So yeah, I just get that from the leftists. It's annoying. What is Stug hearing? Is Kitty playing beats in the background? Yes, I am. Support is so wonky. Both child support is so wonky in both the EU and the US. Too much in some places, too little or none in others. Also, make it actually help the kid. Jeez, yeah, that's true. I don't know how, because basically it's just you get those kinds of people that just take the money and technically, yeah, it's for the kid, but we never know that it gets to the kid. Okay, I think they need to constantly make sure you're following because they don't know if they are making sense. Yeah, that makes sense, Shinigandi, yeah. Don't let them gaslight you, Stug. No, it is. It's such low background music that it's supposed to be inoffensive. I understand the sentiment behind the idea, but we have to realize that it's ultimately a door to a society filled with fatherless children. Farm kids for government money. Yes, exactly. That's the UK way. Although, yeah, it happens in the US as well, I suppose.
The differentiation between enumerated and unenumerated rights is a bit of a red herring, in my opinion. I think all of our rights are essentially
enumerated and enumerated. I don't know.
Implicit and ordered liberty. Free speech as text doesn't really mean anything. So, like, I can't really understand a principled way to say burning a flag flows from the text of free speech any more or less than abortion flows from the text of due process. I think they're all kind of against this implicit and ordered liberty concept. So we have to go to history and tradition, which means the common law. So my personal view on it would be that the common law definitely has privacy flavors in it. Abortion looks like it fits within those privacy flavors, but we look at the common law to see if there were countervailing historical considerations that cut back against that. And it seems that at the very least, quickening fundamentally changed what the common law thought of for abortion. So I think that the most principled line to draw would probably be whatever the common law demanded, which seems to be quickening allowed the state to infringe on these rights. And before that, it seems to fit a lot more with this like marital privacy.
I need to also just, God, I hate this fucking player. It's horrible.
Common law thought of for abortion. So I think that the most principled line to draw would probably common law
is
sorry to cite this later, but that's kind of my take.
Okay, got it.
Is effectively met at this
common law thought of
is effectively met at this point.
It goes like
the argument in favor of Roe has always been, well, it's precedental, so therefore it shouldn't be undone. But that's not really solid foundational grounds, and so no. I will always disagree with it. Whether or not you believe abortion should exist in some factor or another, Roe was an improper vehicle to get it there. Always has been. And yeah, I guess we can debate from there, but that's my opening position.
Okay, next person.
And then Jesse, your opinion on Roe and Casey, and then your opinion on Alito overturning Roe and Casey.
Yeah, I think my position's a little bit more attenuated on the first issue, at least. I generally seem to think that the differentiation between enumerated and unenumerated rights is a bit of a red herring, in my opinion. I think all.
Okay, I do need to. Okay, enumerated. Did he say enumerated versus enumerated? Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Rights. It would be great if I could share more than one fucking tab at a time, but okay, we are in Restream. Rights, red herring. Okay.
All of our rights are essentially implicit in ordered liberty. Free speech as text doesn't really mean anything. So, like,
I mean, wow, this guy already seems like he's got to. I'm putting this down. But look how measured everybody else was. Now he's got to go and actually bring in examples and things for his logic without just stating his position. Okay, doesn't make sense. I think he says.
I can't really understand a principled way to say burning a flag flows from the text of free speech any more or less.
Microdosing. You don't want too many tabs, kitty. Stick to microdosing. Thanks. Okay.
Less than abortion flows from the text of due process. I think they're all kind of against this implicit and ordered liberty concept. So we have to go to history and tradition, which means the common law.
So he does go to common law. Okay, and that's one thing I can say is like, okay. It sounds like the implied rights. Best to go to common law. Okay, and
my personal view on it would be that the common law definitely has privacy flavors in it. Abortion looks like it fits within those privacy flavors, but we look at the common law to see if there were countervailing historical considerations that cut back against that. And it seems that at the very least, quickening fundamentally changed what the common law thought of for abortion. So I think that the most principled line to draw would probably be whatever the common law demanded, which seems to be quickening allowed the state to infringe on these rights. And before that, it seems to fit a lot more with this like marital privacy or privacy that we have. And I think
he's saying a whole lot of everything and a whole lot of nothing.
Any other line is going to be either overbroad, such that everything is a right, or underbroad, such that we lose marriage and contraception. So again, the stare decisis question is a different one. I do think it's a little bit harder than was it wrongly decided, but I do agree that the extent to its wrongly decidedness is the key. So if there
word salad, man,
is no right from conception onwards, then it probably should be overruled. If the right does crystallize until quickening, it probably shouldn't, because I don't think the reliance is nearly as strong.
Yeah, so he came in with quickening, right? Quickening, like the quickening of the womb or whatever, and I only picked that up now. Jesus fucking Christ! Okay, so the common law abortion has privacy flavors, or privacy has abortion flavors. Abortion go together, basically. Marital privacy. Okay. Basically, what he is saying is if life begins at conception, then it's good law. If not, then it's not. So I'm not gonna say good law. Then it was decided correctly. Then it wasn't. I feel like this man is going to be the one that irritates me the most. Bets. Quickening soul enters the baby. Okay, so is like, I mean, so is there a decision, is there a line where they say that the soul is, or is quickening and not, does the soul come in? Because the word quickening, like when the womb quickened would mean that that's when the baby is in there and the soul. So conception should be quickening at the same time. Yeah. I only became anti-abortion after I got a vasectomy. We want to try and get Gordon a vasectomy when we go to South Africa. But I don't think it'll be very good to get a vasectomy and then have him like kind of trying to recover while at a friend's wedding, and then also travel back here. So love the keyboard ASMR. It's right underneath. The keyboard is right underneath the mic, so I'm glad you guys can hear it. Quickening is when the baby begins to move. Oh, okay. Well, I whatever. I just thought in the word, like. In wording, I thought it was as vague. It was vague. It was vaguer than actually just movement. Feeling a baby move inside a woman's body is incredible. I started crying the first time I felt my niece. Like, obviously I'd felt other people's babies kick, but when my niece kicked, oh god, that broke me. I was done. Okay, let's see. Quickening is when a pregnant person starts to feel their baby's movement in their uterus. It feels like flutters, bubbles, or tiny pulses. Quickening happens around 16 to 20 weeks in pregnancy. So I'm going to say, it begins at quickening. Oh wait, no, I'm just, instead of that, because it was quite a lot of salad, I'm also going to just put here concept of quickening. Or quickening determines whether ruling is correct. Okay, that's what Google came back with. Feeling a baby's movement is 20 to 21 weeks, huh? Yeah. Okay, so this person said a whole bunch of stuff. I feel like he is going to irritate the shit out of me. Let us continue.
There, so we can get into that though.
I'm sure we will.
All right. Well, I guess before the Alito ruling is going to be a separate thing. I guess let's start like fundamentally. This idea of Roe and Casey, the idea of substantive due process and these unenumerated rights. How, I don't know how you guys want to do this. Who wants to go first? There, how will we do that?
Yep. I think it would be helpful to like ask some questions the other side and see how they respond to that.
Yeah, go for it. Because it seems like Nick is a little bit of the odd one out here, and that Nick seems to be the one that strongly disagrees. We've had a conversation, Pisco, about basically like like should there be unenumerated rights at all if it's not explicitly spelled out. Yeah, so I guess maybe if you and Nick and the other guys want to bounce around a little bit on that, I'm curious what your takes are for that.
Yeah, I think
usually I want to go on the knowledge that most people have. So I don't have it. So I don't know what it is. The enumeration of the Constitution or certain rights shall not be construed to deny a degree. Traces back to the debate surrounding Constitution's ratification. What is meaning? Rights that are specifically mentioned. That's what it means. Okay, listen, I'm not an American. And I'm also just not a law person. True story, I have pics to prove it if anyone doubts me. Doubts what? When I got my vasectomy, one of the nurses who did it was a girl I used to fool around with. When I woke up, I had a clamp-shaped mark on as if someone had a hearty, angry squeeze. Okay, Andrew. I mean, I don't know why I said Andrew. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Andrew Patrick. I think I just saw Andrew. But women and sex, ew. Excuse me. MSK has to come up when we're talking about dongs, eh? He has to come around. Sex is big gay. Oh, that's what that was, yeah. Women and sex is ew. See you peeps later. Enjoy. Have a good time, Patrick. Good luck. Andrew, nothing about it, nothing. Enumerated. I don't know if there's such thing as non-enumerated. I think it's rather that way. Okay. Basically, it's implied rights. That's what they mean by implied. Okay. Apparently Dong and Andrew go hand in hand. Or I read Andrew's name somewhere, okay? Sheesh. Ooh, Patrick is secretly loved by C. Paffy. Non-numerated would be case law. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you, everybody. Let's press play. And try and
First
get
step, you're absolutely going to reject Roe and Casey if you don't believe that there is such a thing as implied rights.
through. So did you also get a? Anyway, never mind.
Now you could have a different source for where those implied rights come from. You could say that it comes, as Thomas does, from the privileges or immunities clause. You could say that it comes from penumbras if you're going to accept the majority opinion in Griswold. Or you could accept what's now sort of
God,
the
this is
Academy's
such
position, which
lawyer
is
talk.
the
I'm
Fourth
wondering-
Amendment's
I'm
due process
regretting
clause.
this.
But that's
I'm
the first and
regretting
principal
choosing
question
this. It was between this and the red pill guy.
for the other side. Do you believe is
Common law thought of
effectively
common law.
Trying a little bit on that. I'm curious what your takes are for that.
Yeah, I think the first step, you're absolutely going to reject Roe and Casey if you don't believe that there is such a thing as implied rights.
effectively
Stare decisis later, but draft opinion with respect. Stare decisis later, but that's kind
God,
of
I
my
hate
take.
this.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Just looking for quick overviews.
Common law thought of.
Trying a little bit on that. I'm curious what your takes are for that.
Yeah, I think the first step, you're absolutely going to reject Roe and Casey if you don't believe that there is such a thing as implied rights.
Okay. Going to reject. Okay, implied rights. Cool.
Now you could have a different source for where those implied rights come from. You could say that it comes, as Thomas does, from the privileges or immunities clause. You could say that it comes from penumbras if you're going to accept the majority opinion in Griswold. Or you could accept what's now sort of the Academy's position, which is the Fourth Amendment's due process clause. But that's the first and principal question for the other side. Do you believe that the Constitution allows for and actually embraces implied fundamental rights?
Cool, good question. As in like good functioning, as in like cool. So therefore we ask. Wherever they may come from. Wherever you accept they're supposed to. Wherever you. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. In which
Yeah.
case,
Okay, obviously. Okay, so he says cool, obviously. So if you don't accept that, so that is not the premise upon which Nick is actually arguing here against it. He's not saying, he did say that it's a made-up implied right. He didn't say implied rights are bad. He said that it's a made-up what's the name, implied rights. So here I'll just go and do okay. Okay, so he just gives that a yes. I don't know if the guy expected some sort of, some sort of problem.
so some of these, everyone here would agree, are the Bill of Rights, the incorporation of the Bill of Rights largely to apply to state governments. That's right?
Okay, so he's asked, does the Bill of Rights, okay, I'm gonna try and click on this. No, it moved it already. Fuck you.
Common law thought of for abortion. So I think that the most principled line to draw would probably be whatever the common law demanded, which
Trying a little bit on that. I'm curious what your take. For some people.
Bill
And
of
also,
Rights
hold on,
are
just for guiding
written
this.
into the Bill of Rights.
Yeah. Trying a little bit on that. I'm curious what your takes are for that.
Yeah, I think the first step, you're absolutely going to reject Roe and Casey if you don't believe that there is such a thing as implied rights. Now, you could have a different source for where those implied rights come from. You could say that it comes, as Thomas does, from the privileges or immunities clause. You could say that it comes from penumbras, if you're going to accept the majority opinion in Griswold. Or you could accept what's now sort of the Academy's position, which is the Fourth Amendment's due process clause.
Sorry about all the repeats, guys. It's just that the seeking in on this video, this video has to play through Restream. The file plays through Restream, and Restream doesn't allow me much in the way of seeking. Like it's this small. The video is like this small, and then there's the little play button there. No, my place doesn't look like this. The It's Always Sunny meme actually. Only my tabs and things look like that. Everywhere else, no. Although I am that chaotic, I would say. You can believe in implied rights and reject the abortion is an implied right. Exactly. I think that is Ikrin. That's exactly. I think that's exactly what what Nick's doing. Rekieta's doing. I'm fine with people. Fine with people having different opinions on what rights we have. I just wish people would be more consistent with them. Bodily autonomy applies to vaccine hesitancy too, but no one acknowledges both. Oh yeah. They try to say, oh, well, that's different. It's like, well, actually, if you've really used this as an absolute here, so I don't see how they are not related. Okay. Sorry about my clip. just realized what it looks like. Okay, I can't hide my face on Restream. I have to see it. Okay.
But that's the first and principal question for the other side. Do you believe that the Constitution allows for and actually embraces implied fundamental rights?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. In which case, so some of these, everyone here would agree, are the Bill of Rights.
Okay, so then he says yes. Okay, so now examples of this. Examples of such. Bill of Rights. Okay, next.
Incorporation of the Bill of Rights largely to apply to state governments. That's right?
And you're saying Bill of Rights applying to state governments. What? I can't go back. I can't fucking go back. It's horrid. It's so weird because I do want the diagram up while I'm doing it. I want you guys to be able to see that. Could I share my screen? If I shared my screen, then it would be working, wouldn't it? Because this is fucking killing me, dude. If I did this. Okay. And then put the YouTube video here. Let's see if I can get to it, because the YouTube video also has a transcript. So, let's see. I just want to get to the playlist. Debates. Latest view pool for playlist. Thank you. Going here. Ludicrous. There we go. Okay. And now if I... Now it's... Can I share a screen and not a tab? And then if I go here, window, entire screen. There we go. And let's see. There we go. Maybe that will help. And then we take the video off. Okay, let's see where we are video wise. But you won't be able to hear it. Just let me know if you can hear it. You guys can't hear it. You can't hear it, can you? Let me see if I can say. No, I can just change the name. That's it. Can please somebody tell me if you can hear it? Can't hear it. Fuck you. Just check out. Yeah, you can't. No audio. Okay. No bueno. Fine. We tried. Let's bring the video back.
Are you asking if the 14th Amendment applying the Bill of Rights to state governments is correct?
Yeah, that's one of the areas of implied rights.
Sorry, I was just clarifying that I understood the question. Yeah. Well, I mean, correct. We can get into a long discussion about Reconstruction. I don't think that's the appropriate time for it. But yes, for the purposes of this discussion, yeah, sure.
Because I'm trying to
I would agree too, but I think you get there even without the Bill of Rights.
I can only hear your wonderful voice. Oh, Hydra, you're just trying to act like you're trying to spread the love that everybody has for your voice. Pisco is also a known jerk. Okay. Equin. He treated Joe good logic on Sitch and Adam's 20th show. He treated how he treat. Oh, how did that happen? Oh, let's watch that. Okay. Anyway, we're back to the video. You guys can hear it now.
I think that you can look to the common law to get to these answers, whether or not there is enumeration.
Do you believe that the Bill of Rights are surplusage?
I mean, I'm intend to believe so. Yeah, I mean, I think Hamilton largely thought that as well. It's like
wait, can we? For some people in chat don't know what you meant when you said surplusage. Can you explain?
It's just so that I can have a better view of the playhead thingy-majiggy. So I'm just going to change this. Just hold on. Share a tab. There we go. Okay. And I wonder if it'll change the size of the tab. No, it won't. It will, you mothers. Fuck you! Anyway, you won't be the central thing. You can go here. Okay. Cool. Anyway, let's try and press play.
Common law thought of for abortion. So I think that the most principled line to draw would probably be whatever the common law demanded, which seems to be
Daisy.
quickening allowed the state to infringe on these rights. And before that, it seems to fit a lot more with this like marital privacy or privacy that
I'm sorry about the repeats, guys.
And I think any other line is going to be either overbroad, such that everything is a right, or underbroad, such that we lose marriage and contraception. So again, the stare decisis question is a different one. I do think it's a little bit harder than was it wrongly decided, but I do agree that the extent to its wrongly decidedness is the key. So if there is no right from conception onwards, then it probably should be overruled. If the right does crystallize until quickening, it probably shouldn't, because I don't think the reliance is nearly as strong there. So we can get into that though.
All right. Well, I guess before the Alito ruling is going to be a separate thing. I guess let's start like fundamentally. This idea of Roe and Casey, the idea of substantive due process and these unenumerated rights. How, I don't know how you guys want to do this. Who wants to go first?
Larry, I will do that.
I think it would be helpful to like ask some questions the other side and see how they respond to that.
Yeah, go for it, because it seems like Nick is a little bit of the odd one out here.
Kurt Cobain here.
And Nick seems to be the one that strongly disagrees. We've had a conversation, Pisco, about basically like, you know, like should there be unenumerated rights at all if it's not explicitly spelled out? Yeah, so I guess maybe if you and Nick and the other guys want to bounce around a little bit on that, I'm curious what your takes are for that.
Yeah, I think the first step, you're absolutely going to reject Roe and Casey if you don't believe that there is such a thing as implied rights. Now, you could have a different source for where those implied rights come from. You could say that it comes, as Thomas does, from the Privileges or Immunities Clause. You could say that it comes from penumbras if you're going to accept the majority opinion in Griswold. Or you could accept what's now sort of the Academy's position, which is the 4th Amendment's due process clause. But that's the first and principal question for the other side. Do you believe that the Constitution allows for and actually embraces implied fundamental rights?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. In which case, so some of these, everyone here would agree, are the Bill of Rights, the incorporation of the Bill of Rights largely to apply to state governments. That's right?
Yeah, look there.
Are you asking if the 14th Amendment applying the Bill of Rights to state governments is correct?
She was just rubbing against.
Yeah, that's one of the areas of implied rights.
Sorry, I was just clarifying that I understood the question. Yeah. Well, I mean, correct. We can get into a long discussion about Reconstruction. I don't think that's the appropriate time for it. But yes, for the purposes of this discussion, yeah, sure.
I would agree too, but I think you get there even without the Bill of Rights. I think that you can look to the common law to get to these answers, whether or not there is enumeration.
Do you believe that the Bill of Rights are surplusage?
I mean, I intend to believe so. Yeah, I mean, I think Hamilton largely thought that as well. It's like,
wait, can we? For some people in chat don't know what you meant when you said surplusage. Can you explain that for the people in chat?
So some of us aren't
what
lawyers.
I'm hearing from, from Jesse James. From Jesse, sorry.
No, you're
from
good.
Jesse is that the Bill of Rights is not even needed to apply the Bill of Rights to the states, and that you don't need, it's surplus, right? You don't need the Bill of Rights to identify those rights as applying to the state government. And that's the position that I don't know it's not a majority position. I'm sure I'm in one that I assume Rekieta doesn't accept.
Yeah, I want to just be really clear on what I mean by that. I'm saying
Daisy's the sweetest cat in the world. She's sweet and she's got sass. Okay, are you gonna settle? She doesn't settle. If you don't give her love, she'll sit and then she'll like squirm and like dive into your lap. Okay, so let's see. I'll leave it like this. I know it seems like a strange angle, but I'll leave it like this because she's gonna come back. Yeah, there she is. And watch. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna carry on. I'm just carrying on my business because she's watching. Because she knows she needs to give me. I need to give her love. Are you gonna headbutt me, Daisy? Are you gonna headbutt me, Mama? Do. You're gonna headbutt me. Okay, no. I'm trying to tempt fate. Oh, she headbutt my hand. She headbutt my hand. Oh, Daisy! Come here. Daisy makes everything bearable. She just makes everything bearable. She's tiny, too. Hey, you tiny, dude. Okay. Okay, Daisy. Look straight at the camera. Look at the camera. Look at the camera, dude. Choo-choo. Choo-choo. Love. Okay, end of Daisy's head bonk. Another stream hijack by dude. Look at her little heart on her side. Okay, I'm harassing her now. Okay, shh, gentle, let's play.
It's not needed. That does not mean that it's not helpful and serve a very foundational purpose. So like, the Alito opinion talks about this as well, but this is how we largely view rights as well. The Timms opinion and the McDaniel opinion, even though they're quote unquote enumerated rights, we go to the common law to figure out what does the right actually mean. So all the Bill of Rights really does is it says, hey, just so it's clear, these rights definitely exist, but you still have to go to history and tradition to figure out what those rights are. So
that seems
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
That seems like a maximalist interpretation of implied rights. And I just want to put a flag here for the audience. Anyone who says, well, those abortion people, the people who are in favor of Roe v. Wade, they're in favor of reading rights where they don't exist. They're in favor of this extra textual stuff that we're not doing. Notice the answers so far from both people on the other side. They both say that they were going to find implied rights. And what Jesse even says that you don't even need the Bill of Rights. That we can find rights whether or not there are a Bill of Rights.
To be super clear, what do you think the Ninth Amendment does?
Yeah, the
Well, yeah, and
implied
also, hold on,
rights
just
are
for guiding
written
this-
into the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, and then hold on, just to guide this, and then I'll give Nick and the other guy a chance to respond. Nick and Jesse. I shouldn't say the other guy, sorry. Before we start hammering out huge positions, I imagine both of these guys are going to provide what they believe is a foundation for
Daisy's-
why abortion is going to be like substantially different than other
putting
implied
stuff on the
rights. I
diagram.
imagine is what
Yes.
we're going to get into. Yeah. So, yeah,
But
Jesse.
the act
to-
of finding implied rights is not one that
I'm trying to listen and give some think about what I'm going to write here, because they're talking about this. Oh, I'm not getting that. Daisy, go get it. Go. Okay, I'll have to go and get it. Fuck's sake. I cannot wait until we move, because this will not happen anymore. There will be no deliveries in the middle of the night. Okay, there will be, because there's Insta shop on that side, but otherwise fast food deliveries not happening when we're moving. Come, Daisy. Hey, Didi. I just mean my cats have not learned this because you guys are watching that I did something different. Okay, I wasn't known. My bad. What? The futility of internet dudes arguing about abortion rights. She's so well behaved. Wish I had met cats so sweet. See, it's so cute and so sweet. Pisco is so bad faith. I'd just like to tell the audience that these guys are crazy. Just for the audience's sake, you know, this misinformation.
it's unique to the row position.
True,
That
but
is-
I think everybody here agrees. Trying a little bit on that. I'm curious what your takes are for that.
Yeah, I think the first step.
No.
And also, hold on,
Rights
just
are
for guiding
written
this.
into the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, and then hold on, just to guide this.
Figure out what the limitations on the right to bear arms are, everything else.
And also,
Rights
hold on,
are
just for guiding
written
this.
into the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, and then hold on, just to guide this, and then I'll give Nick and the other guy a chance to respond. Nick and Jesse. I shouldn't say the other guy, sorry. Before we start hammering out huge positions, I imagine both of these guys are going to provide what they believe is a foundation for why abortion is going to be like substantially different than other implied rights.
Okay, well,
for
well,
trying a little.
Common law.
Is
We have
effectively
some
met at this.
Sorry to cite this later,
moderation
but that's
going
kind of my take.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Sorry to cite this later, but that's kind of my take.
Okay.
Is effectively met at this point. The argument in favor of Roe has always been, well, it's precedental, so therefore it shouldn't be undone. But that's not really solid foundational grounds, and so no. I will always disagree with it. Whether or not you believe abortion should exist in some factor or another, Roe was an improper vehicle to get it there, always has been. And yeah, I guess we can debate from there, but that's my opening position.
And then Jesse, your opinion on Roe and Casey, and then your opinion on Alito overturning Roe and Casey.
Yeah, I think my position's a little bit more attenuated on the first issue, at least. I generally seem
Sorry,
to think
guys. I'm
that
actually really annoyed right now. Okay, what did you say? That base Nick moving to Seattle? Good call. No, not yet. No. Why is the blanket screechy? It's not screechy. It's where she can knead on. Daisy, where did she go? Daisy! She's in the background there, she's on the couch. Okay. Oh. Moving to America? One day maybe, but I don't think so anytime soon. I don't know how I will move to any other country because I'm so spoilt in this country. Everything's clean. Like, it's insane. This country is... It's like being in the future, but also being in the past at the same time because some things are so backwards. But yeah, I don't know how I will deal with, like, ew, a dirty subway. I can't imagine that. So my taste of the first world has been the first of the first world. And my living in the third world was also still not the worst of the third world. So yeah, I'm very spoiled. I'll judge your country. I have to. America's got some. It's not as perfect as here, you know. So it's just free. That's the thing. Don't move to a city. Problem solved. Exactly. That's what we would be doing, I think, is trying to move a little bit outside of a city. What? Your subway doesn't smell of piss? No, it does not. American burger and pizza, though. What is the occasional static noise? You know, there is occasional static noise. It might be... I don't know if I turn off the music, the background music, does it go away? We have those subways, which is why I live so far from the city centers. What subways that smell like piss? I'm thinking I'll just have to keep. I can't carry on. I can't carry on moving around this video without it being. But the thing is, when I did share audio, when I did share the video, but I mean, last time I did, when we did do a stream, I did put the audio through, and it worked. Pulses once every few minutes. Still hear it. Hey, that's Restream. It's not my fault. It's Restream is putting all the stuff on top of my mic, the noise cancellation, everything. So if I go to audio here, I'd have to turn off the echo cancellation because of when we were doing the watch party. So it should be fine now. It should be much better now. Have I even started? It's hard. I've kind of started and I kind of haven't because of this navigation. I've been trying to. What we have is that. Yeah. Okay. We've got basically that all the lefty lawyers are saying that it's good law, and Rekieta is saying it is bad law. Roe v. Wade. Echo is definitely better, but it's still there. There it is again. Interesting. I don't know what it is. Let me see if I can change something. I don't know, guys. Mirror camera, that doesn't change anything. That's video settings. So if I just go back here and then audio wise, maybe if I take off this background audio, it'll stop. I don't know if that works. I don't know. Don't worry about it. I will try. I worry about it. Lots. I don't hear an echo. Good, Lucy. It's the blanket. Cast it out into the shadow realm. The blanket? It's giving us static. Okay. You sound fine. Thanks, David. I don't know what you're clicking. It stops and then starts again. Freudian slip from Andrew. Gotta get going. Always enjoy catching your streams when I can, Kitty. I enjoy you catching our streams when you can. Equin, thank you so much for your input, as usual. I'm gonna just try to... It's funny. These layouts are funny. Okay. There we go. Maybe it was in the music. It might have been on purpose. It was on the music because I turned it off and now it's gone. Okay, so just let's see if it's gone. I can I can put it on shuffle. This was the music. So some people, I think you guys just have these keen ears. Any fucking way. I'm really struggling to navigate this. Because this is this video is something that I need to go back and forth on. I can put jazz on. I can get the jazz music on. Ooh, show advanced options. Stereo input, high resolution audio. I don't know. Let's get a source, background music. And I can put chill or lounge. Let's see what lounge is. This is lounge. It was less offensive, the other. Anyway, guys, fuck's sake. Can we try and do something here? This is frustrating the balls off of me. Okay.
The differentiation between
I'll just try and capture whatever the fuck I can.
enumerated and unenumerated rights is a bit of a red herring in my opinion. I think all of our rights are essentially implicit in ordered liberty. Free speech as text doesn't really mean anything. So like
is effect
common law.
Trying a little bit on that. I'm curious. For some people in chat don't know what you meant when you said surplusage. Can you explain that for the people in chat?
So what I'm hearing from from Jesse James, from Jesse, sorry,
No, you're
from
good.
Jesse, is that the Bill of Rights is not even needed to apply the Bill of Rights to the states, and that you don't need, it's surplus, right? You don't need the Bill of Rights to identify those rights as applying to the state government. And that's the position that I don't know is.
It explains the man haircut. I don't enjoy this music. I do not enjoy it. I'm going to add chill pop ambient. Ambient literally had like ding. I'm going back to lo-fi, guys. No, guys. Hey, Axel, come on. None of that. Stop it. Stop it. Hey. Fuck's sake. Don't you know what a woman is? Do jazz. I don't think there's jazz. So funny, I was grooving out so much I was having a hard time listening to you. Well, there you go. Now I have to put it back down. Can you just imagine this fox dancing? There's the static again. It's static. That's so funny. The lo-fi is static for you guys. Okay. You guys are so funny. Okay, hip hop, lo-fi, chill, down tempo. What's down tempo? Lounge, down, chill. What is chill? Chill sounds like the porn music. That's what I would think. There we go. Please tell me it's not static. Let's get going.
It's not a majority position. I'm sure I'm in one that I assume Rekieta doesn't accept.
Yeah, I want to just be really clear on what I mean by that. I'm saying it's not needed. That does not mean that it's not helpful and serve a very foundational purpose. So like the Alito opinion talks about this as well, but this is how we largely view rights as well. The Tim's opinion and the McDaniel opinion, even though they're...
Okay, so was lounge the only thing that wasn't... Wait. What's this? Exclusive soundscape available to you, all the users on standard plan and above. Okay, I was like, I hope that... You thought your space station was fucked up. because of the static. What's your option? Oh, you tried to send a link. It didn't come through. It didn't come through, Forful. It won't come through. Isn't Forful a mod? It's weird. I'll just turn off the fucking music, maybe? I don't know. I liked it. It's a comfort.
Quote unquote enumerated rights. We go to the common law to figure out what does the right actually mean.
But they have taken it away.
So all the
I
Bill
can
of Rights
just get
really
me.
does is it says, hey, just so it's clear, these rights definitely exist. But you still have to go to history and tradition to figure out
Wow.
what those rights.
Hey, Kitty. Just popping to say hi, have a good stream, and check your WhatsApp messages you prepared. Thank you, Kyle. I'm sorry. As usual, me and my WhatsApp.
Are. So
That seems
I
like
don't-
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
That seems like a maximalist interpretation of implied rights. And I just want to put a flag here for the audience. Anyone who says, well, those abortion
There's a bzzzt again. Fucking hell. Noise suppression, echo cancellation, high resolution. Or maybe that will help us. I've taken off the music, so it's not the music. Is it maybe the video?
people, the people who are in favor of Roe v. Wade, they're in favor of reading rights where they don't exist. They're in favor of this extra textual stuff that we're not doing. Notice the answers so far from both people on the other side. They both say that they were going to find implied rights. And what Jesse even says that you don't even need the Bill of Rights, that we can find rights whether or not there are a Bill of Rights.
To be super clear, what do you think the Ninth Amendment does?
Yeah, the
Well, yeah,
implied
and also,
rights
hold on,
are
just for guiding
written
this.
into the Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is some moderation from Destiny. Okay, because he goes here and he says, sounds like electronic interference with the mic cable. Interesting. What would be causing that? I'm looking around. This is off. Put my phones away. Oh, wait, maybe this. I don't know. The box. Maybe the box. There was the TV box trying to do something. Taking that away. Just fixing my cable here. Hopefully, dumb Gallon or poison in that well. Yeah, I don't think I know Pisco thinks he's winning the argument. Sounds like electron. I'm so fucking annoyed. Okay. Let's try continue. I hope I've tried. I've done the thing. Come for the debates. Stay for the scuff. Please stay for the scuff.
Yeah, and then hold on, just to guide us, and
It's
then
the
I'll
only thing I have endless supply of.
give Nick and the other guy a chance to respond. Nick and Jesse. I shouldn't say the other guy, sorry. Before we start hammering out huge positions, I imagine both of these guys are going to provide what they believe is a foundation for why abortion is going to be like substantially different than other implied rights, I imagine is what we're going to get into. Yeah, so.
Okay, so I kind of like that. Okay, so in that Destiny is like, this is what these guys are gonna do. Oh my god, could you just please and change the color when I say change the color? Oh my god, just fucking change the color when I say change the color, please. Sometimes it just doesn't listen. You're all seeing me change the color, right? And it doesn't change the fucking color of the border. Like, I mean, there we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, so he did. These guys are going to. Okay, not really. That window is really small. Oh yeah, it is. You probably can't see that. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I suppose the point of me having the window up is not actually even. There we go. All of these guys are lawyers. I think one of them is a student or something. I can't see anything. I'm deaf. Oh, well, it's okay. There's not much you're missing here.
So, yeah,
But
Jesse.
the act of finding implied rights is not one that's unique to the row position.
True,
That
but I
is-
think everybody here agreed that there are implied rights as part of.
I just want to
right, yeah.
be clear. Yesterday, I had a debate with someone who denied, or at least denied a huge part of that, and said they should all go. Griswold should go.
Well, listen, it's not
Lawrence
yesterday.
should go.
We're in a new conversation with new people. Yeah, I think everybody
But
here.
it is useful to suss that out as a position, because there are some people who will say no, implied rights.
Yeah.
This is all cockamamie.
Okay, Jesse, and then Nick, go.
I think you're 100% right that like there are definitely people with all sorts of positions, but I mean even Justice Thomas like some degree believes in some kind of substance. But I generally think that the Glucksberg opinion is the way that we should do this. We should look at the history tradition. We should look at what sort of historical state interests pushed against these rights. And I think that if the Ninth Amendment is intended, if we can understand it to mean anything, we have to understand it to mean that there are rights outside of what's here. And I think all the Bill of Rights, I shouldn't say all, that's a bit reductive, but I think the main thing the Bill of Rights does is it provides a very solid jumping off point to crystallize what the common law already provided with respect to a lot of these rights. I don't think that that's even a particularly controversial thing, because we go
Everybody
to the common
has
law to figure
agreed
out what
that-
speech
everybody
is,
has agreed,
and we
yeah.
go to the common law to figure out what the limitations on the right to bear.
What Destiny was doing here is he was saying they're going to go and he's tried here to stop them from arguing a point that was actually agreed on. So I like that. I like that this moderation stuff where it was just like points out something for no reason, right? So that's the what I dig about this, where it's basically it's going to give everyone's going to give you reason implied being valid, but we're all so he's basically trying to just avoid a pointless conversation where there will be, of course, he's gone to like the low resolution here of, okay, cool, on average everybody agrees on this, so let's talk about the parts that we don't agree. But unfortunately this he goes back and does exactly what Destiny has just tried to make them not do.
Their arms are, everything else. So even if we never had a Bill of Rights, I think that there is a mechanism to, well, maybe not if there was no Bill of Rights, but even if the individual rights in the Bill of Rights weren't enumerated as they are, I still think there's a mechanism to get them. Even if all we had was the Fifth Amendment due process and the 14th Amendment, I think we'd still get there.
So let's run it down.
Well, no, wait. Let's
Yeah.
give Nick some input here. Go.
No, I'm going to largely argue or agree with what Jesse is saying here. I mean, again, the fact that implied rights are
See, again as well, he's not. Oh well, let this person say because Nick hasn't spoken in a while or whatever. That's not the way that you moderate. What was that? What was that other guy who was moderating for the serfs? Like, no, you don't just go, oh well, bro said this many words, therefore now it's just like, don't let this guy go on to the next point in the argument, the next step. Let Nick speak to that part, because we'll have something like the way it actually happened was there was this, which came from P-Man, okay, and then there was a whole bunch of argument that went around here between him and Jesse. Jesse was P-Man on implied rights. And then that brings us to Destiny being a mod. Okay. And then he's just like, okay, fine. Well, the point is, you guys have made points here. You guys have done this. You've made bits or whatever. You've said this. You've said this. Nick hasn't actually had a say on these points. It's not that Nick hasn't said anything. And he hasn't, yes. But the point is, he hasn't weighed in on this. So one thing that I would want a moderator to do is to make sure that everybody has had a say about a certain thing, not a certain amount of words. Like if I've had to now start repeating myself in a conversation as well, I wouldn't. I don't think I would want the moderator to now. What do you think? I wouldn't want the moderator to now go and ask me what do I think when I've said what I think and we're circling, because that just helps us circle again. So yeah, let's hope Dylan has that real world experience now. I wonder if he does. Yeah, it was Dylan.
Enumerate.
Dylan, the scamp who runs away and doesn't call his friend out when his friend's being a douche.
Themselves within the Ninth Amendment shows that implied rights are intended to exist within the Constitution. I think the Ninth Amendment was the compromise position between the people who wanted the Bill of Rights versus the people who did not want a Bill of Rights. They were concerned, as they should have been, that only enumerated rights would be respected. And
good morning, Benjamin. Good to see you. I'm dreaming about making a home a lot because I'm moving in many months, but still, just letting you know what I'm dreaming about. You know, the theory I could go out and get a beer with him, assuming he's still in Baltimore. In theory. Oh, you mean who? Nick. Oh, you mean Dylan? No.
And honored. What their, of course, big miscalculation was the idea that the enumerated rights would be respected at all, which they barely are. It's comical to think that enumerated rights are actually respected in this country and have been respected by the Supreme Court. But that being said, implied rights clearly exist. They are broader than any of us want to imagine. It's just as Destiny accurately predicted, there is a foundational difference between what the idea of an abortion right would be versus, say, a right to privacy that exists in looking at the Fourth and Ninth Amendments combined. Otherwise, we can take an implied right to security in the effects of our electronic documents, right? Something they had not specifically written down at the time of the Fourth Amendment, but we recognize that, yeah, if you have.
Could you imagine me going out for a beer with Dane? Beer is not good for foxes. Problem-solving thought experiments. Nice, Benjamin. Yeah, I would. You know what keeps happening is I get to. Actually, it's happened for a long time since we decided that we needed. Actually, one of the things that made me ask if we can move to some place else is because I kept going in my dream, going, oh wait, this is not my house. This is not, because I'd be in the room and then I'd be like, oh, I love this cupboard and I'm doing this with this cupboard and I'm going to put my clothes here and I'm going to do this and I'm going to get all organized. And then I go, oh shit, no, wait, this is not the house we live in. We don't have this space. Oops. And then that's what I would keep doing. And so I brought that up, and then it got into the conversation of us moving, and we'll have more space. And so now what my brain is fixating on is what we're going to do with with more space, and what we're going to put in the cupboard and all of this stuff. It's it is doing its little problem solving thing, but then it does go back into the sort of, whoop, that's not my house, because we don't know exactly where we're moving yet. So I should check on Wick panels I've heard about. Need to see if he still stands CRT. Does Wick? Oh, I dreamt that I met Wick. Just so you know, I dreamt that I met Wick. Just so you know. Anyway.
Have right to privacy in your papers. You probably have right to privacy in a virtual paper that didn't exist at the time. But that is a far cry from saying you have a right to terminate a pregnancy that is implied anywhere in the Constitution or anywhere in the common law.
Let's talk about why.
Well, hold on. Before we jump from that, though, I do because basically I think we're all sort of agreeing that framework here is history and tradition. I don't think any of us are really pushing back on the idea the common law is the push there. And like I said, I generally tend to think that the Roe right is largely correct, except for the fact that viability is not principled. I think quickening is a lot more principled. But I think, why on the
so Roe is rightly decided.
You think quickening is more principled than viability?
Well, because he was saying if you could look to the history of the common law, quickening is something that's explicitly referenced.
Yeah.
There we go. You see another example of Destiny doing moderation. Okay, he's saying he's picked up, this is the kind of moderation that I wanted, where he's picked up what the person has said and he's helped that person clarify. If we go back a little bit, if I could try to fucking well get it, I can't get it back. But basically the person said, Nick goes, you and now, Nick is saying, oh, are you saying a quickening is more specific, is better known than viability? Is that what you're saying? No, that's not what he's saying. Is it's in the law, and so that's a helpful moderator. He's helping these people understand each other. Hey, Flaccid, long time no see. Good analysis. Well, I need you. I'll keep going over them, and then you got to just mark my accuracy. That's all. I do need them. I do need a dream wizard. Kitty, to be fair, not hating on Tiny, but Dylan moderation is a low bar. That's true. That is true. But yes, I'm just pointing out here what the little bits of what Destiny is doing. We're actually just looking at whether he is moderating or if he's taking part. So at the moment, it seems like he is just making it understandable. Oh, how's the audio, by the way? I'm gonna cat blanket myself. Because Gordon's put the aircon quite high. Okay. Pisco is a rat. I don't like him. But audio is good. Okay, so it's not staticky anymore. Okay.
Viability is completely foreign to the common law. If we're going to go with common law as our guiding principle, I don't think we can go with viability. I think that's different. But
to be clear,
the point that I wanted
to
drill down on,
you accept the central holding of Roe that there is an individual right to abortion. You just disagree on where the state's interest crystallizes.
Exactly. Well, I don't even think there is a disagreement there. I think Alito explicitly in this opinion.
Well, there's a disagreement between you and Nick Rekieta, which is
I'm a third party here, so I'm going to be arguing against everybody probably. But I do think for the pro-Roe people, though, I think we need to try and figure out what your limiting principle is. Why don't I have a fundamental right to contract such that I have to have a minimum wage? Like how do you distinguish your limiting principle? Yeah.
I'm trying to think here. I could have an additional camera to the stream, right? And that would be my virtual camera, and that would play whatever but then I would have to run OBS, and that OBS did very well. If you ask Andrew and Nico, who were there for the watch party, and Optimus Dorcas as well, they were there. The OBS was being a virtual camera for me, and I was able, but yeah, I guess I can try that at a different, because I'm dying to skip. You know how much I skip back and forth, guys? So you know what? Can I just put here? Okay, I'm going to put a little. Okay, I'm trying to wait. Actually, not intermission. I'm going to do this. Okay. Okay. I'm going to. You have been bearing with me for the past hour and a half, but I'm trying to get, because I'm feeling like I'm missing so much here, and because it's thick legal jargon for me, I'm not doing this any justice. I'll just be listening and taking fragments, and that's what I have been doing, and I'm not happy with it. So, and yeah, I'm not happy with it. It's you guys have had some good points and whatever, but I'm just not feeling right. So I need to figure out this being able to play the video. So and skip back and forth between it. No, the stream's not done. The stream's not done. I'm just going to see if I can play it differently. Play the video differently. So I'm going to turn this off. Okay, and unfortunately that means you see me. Thick legal jargon. Okay, so I'm going to get the video up here. Actually just go to my Destiny's live now, as actually. Let me just go here. Stream. Okay. And if I remove this, maybe it will allow allow the audio to come through. So if I share this tab, share tab audio, cool, let's go. Okay, that'll come through. There we go. You'll be able to hear it. Now,
So
That seems like a. Sorry.
we're good. Okay. You guys don't really need to see that, but I mean, the whole point is it is a debate diagram. So I'm trying to see if I had to turn this off and then I remove, and I want to share screen, and I go window or entire screen, share system audio. There we go. Lovely. We fixed it. Okay. But let me put you over here. This is going to be infinity for a sec. There we go. Cool. Okay. Ta-da. There. And then I will have to just do this. We fixed it, ladies. Wait, Andrew, where are you going? We're not done. Oh, is he going? He's got to go. Is the guy who's speaking, why do they keep bringing up all this other shit? That's what I'm wondering. See you tomorrow, Andrew. And later, AC. I was actually trying to say this. And thank you for your donations towards the cause. By Catru. He's Catru now, not Pandrew anymore, guys. Is it like this? What would it be? Like this? No, that's not cool. Like this? Like this? Like this? Yeah, I prefer it that way. Andrew noped out. He did not bear with the kitty. He did not bear with the kitty. Lame. Okay. Let us play. Yay, we fixed it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
That seems like a maximalist actual like
This.
Look, I can.
I'm inclined to believe so. Yeah, I mean, I think Hamilton largely thought that as well. It's like,
Wait, can we? For
rights.
some people in chat don't know what you meant when you said surplusage. Can you explain that for the people in chat?
So what I'm hearing from from Jesse James, from Jesse, sorry.
No, you're
Okay, let's go. This is me being pedantic now. Okay. So we had Jesse who said Jesse is the one that I think was talking the most shit, right?
free speech
We
any
go
more
here.
or less than abortion flows from the text of due process. I think they're all kind of against this implicit and ordered liberty concept. So we have to go to history and tradition, which means the common law. So my personal view on it would be that the common law definitely has privacy
big
flavors
words.
in it.
Person in the chat
Abortion
says
looks
that.
like it fits within those privacy flavors, but we look at the common law to see if there were countervailing historical considerations that cut back against that. And it seems that at the very least, quickening fundamentally changed what the common law thought of for abortion. So I think that the most principled line to draw would probably be on these rights. And before that, it seems to the different one. I do think it's a little bit
Talks about
harder than
quickening, blah, blah.
was it wrongly decided, but I do.
So
Ask some questions the other side and see how they respond to that.
Yeah, go for it, because it seems like
Yeah.
Nick is a little bit of the odd one out here, and that Nick seems to be the one
Okay,
that
so-
strongly disagrees.
So what happens? Pisco goes and is asking about. I think I'm just going to say implied rights. Just implied rights. That's the first topic, right? Because he asks about it. I'll make it red because it's P, or I'll just say because it's P. Oopsie. Because it's P. Pisco. That's not what I want. I wanted the border to be red. Okay, and he speaks about the implied rights. Then he says, okay, he wants to know if you like. He's basically like, if you, the fundamental underlying thing about this, about Roe and Casey is, if you don't accept implied rights, then you're not going to think this is good law. So he thinks that Nick, because Nick said that it's not good law, that would Nick's approach should be. But Nick, so he asks, do you believe the Constitution allows for implied rights? That's what he asks, yeah. And Nick says, yes, it does. And then he goes, okay, so examples of these, and then he starts talking about the Bill of Rights. So reject women, such thing, implied rights, now could have a different source, blah, blah. Amendments, due process clause, blah, blah. The Constitution allows. Okay, so do you believe the Constitution allows for implied rights?
The Constitution allows.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. In which case, so some of these, everyone here would agree, are the Bill of Rights, the incorporation of the Bill of Rights largely to apply to state governments. That's right, right?
Make Pisco yellow. Pedantic. Okay, I'll make Pisco yellow. I'll make him yellow for you guys. Although yellow is for grey, in my opinion, for grey pape, but fine. You guys decided he's Pisco. Ooh, Jesus. The default went to white text. Why would you do that? Usually, it's very good with the text color default change. Okay. Implied rights going to reject Roe v. Wade. Do you believe? Yes, I do. Okay, and then this right you're asking to is the 14th. That's right. 14th Amendment, applying the Bill of Rights to state governments is correct. It's one of the areas. Okay, right. Sorry, I was just clarifying that I understood the question. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, play.
That's right? Would agree. Are the Bill of Rights, the incorporation of the Bill of Rights largely to apply to state governments. That's right?
Are you asking if the 14th Amendment applying the Bill of Rights to state governments is correct?
Yeah, that's one of the areas of implied rights.
Sorry, I was just clarifying that I understood the question. Yeah. Well, I mean, correct. We can get into a long discussion about Reconstruction. I don't think that's the appropriate time for it. But yes, for the purposes of this discussion, yeah, sure.
I would agree too, but I think that...
Okay, so the question there was like... applying the Bill of Rights to governments is correct. So Bill of Rights... so he goes, oh, I'm getting energetic now because it's starting to make sense to me. Now that it's been a knot in my head, and now I know we're only a few minutes in, but it's making sense to me. So I'm feeling a lot happier. It's like a freaking high. Okay. Bill of Rights. He's saying Bill of Rights applying to governments. Okay, and then Nick is like, for the purpose, I'm not going to explain. I'm not going to go further, but like for purposes of this discussion. Yes, that's an example. Okay. And then from here, my favorite person, who is Jesse, comes in and goes, I would agree. And then Mr. Word Salad continues.
I think you get there even without the Bill of Rights. I think that you can look to the common law to get to these answers.
2 hours of streaming, and then we begin. I will say like, right? Okay.
Answers whether or not there is enumeration.
So you believe that?
Okay. So he says, so you the Bill of Rights think you can look to common law to get the answers whether or not there is enumeration. Okay, so he now wants to go back to this common law thing. Would agree, but look. Okay, so that's his thing. So Jesse comes in and he derails it. He derails this fucking thing. Because this is not the topic. So, okay, we can say that Destiny doesn't bring them to this. I guess this is the foundation, but I would want them to always bring it back to how this goes to that they're showing off what they know about stuff at the moment, in my opinion.
The Bill of Rights are surplusage?
I mean, I'm intend to believe so. Yeah, I mean, I think Hamilton largely thought that as well. It's like,
wait, can we? For some people in chat don't know what you meant when you said surplusage. Can you explain that for the people in chat?
So, what I'm hearing from Jesse James.
Surplusage. Is a thing. I promise. I mean, it is, but it's like, okay, now we have to talk about what it is.
From Jesse, sorry.
From
Jesse, is that the Bill of Rights is not even needed to apply the Bill of Rights to the states, and that you don't need, it's surplus, right? You don't need...
Yeah, you don't need to say the word surplusage If that's a legal term, thanks, but you're just using it because you want to. Word salad. It is. He's word salad. Him and Jesse and this guy and P boy are very much that the word salad people. Surplusage, she says. Is this surplusage? And it's like, okay, yeah, it's just so Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights to identify. You don't need the Bill of Rights. Isn't needed for identifying. The Bill of Rights isn't needed for identifying the rights. So then, what do you need it for? Oh, to identify those rights for the government. In order to apply. Okay, cool, great, cool. Can we continue?
The Bill of Rights to identify those rights as applying to the state government. And that's a position that I don't know it's not a majority position, I'm sure, and one that I assume Rekieta doesn't accept.
Yeah, I want to just be really clear on what I mean by that. I'm saying it's not needed. That does not mean that it's not helpful in certain.
Okay, so it's Bill of Rights, isn't surplusage. That's what he's saying. Then he's like, yeah, it's not. But it's helpful. I'm putting this because at some point maybe they'll refer back to it.
Of a very foundational purpose. So, like, the Alito opinion talks about this as well, but this is how we largely view rights as well. The Tim's opinion and the McDaniel opinion.
I hate it with the lawyers when they have to refer to case law or whatever, like they have to refer to things by name. I could never be a lawyer.
Even though they're quote unquote enumerated rights.
Like refer to things by name, as in like this one and the way they refer to it. I'm too dumb for this.
You go to the common law to figure out what does the right actually mean. So all the Bill of Rights really does is it says, hey, just so it's clear, these rights definitely exist, but you still have to go to history and tradition to figure out what those rights are.
Okay, so he's saying it's not needed, but it's helpful. History and tradition. Okay, that's what he's saying, that's where you find out where the rights actually are. Okay.
So that seems like
But Bill of Rights weren't intended for women because they couldn't read at the time. Hey, it's true.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
That seems like a maximalist interpretation of implied rights, and I just
like you see, why are we chewing on this piece here? Okay, so it's so this is Jesse over here has said this. So now look at this whole fucking thing. Okay, then we have P maximalist. Okay, maximum interpretation of implied rights.
I just want to put a flag here for the audience. Anyone who says, well, those abortion people, the people who are in favor of Roe v. Wade, they're in favor of reading rights where they don't exist. They're in favor of this extra textual stuff that we're not doing. Notice the answers so far from both people on the other side. They both say that they were going to find implied rights. And what Jesse even says that you don't even need the Bill of Rights, that we can find rights whether or not they're a Bill of Rights.
To be super clear, what do you think the Ninth Amendment does?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's now taken out the argument. He's like, okay, I just want to clarify for the audience that people he's throwing out the arguments or refuting the arguments or denying the arguments of abortion He kind of like brings up a straw man that hasn't been brought up in order to bring it down again. Okay, so it's like, okay, cool. That's his decision. Had to hold his tongue there. Sounds tough but fair.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, and
Bill of
also, hold on,
Rights
just for
are
guiding
written
this.
into the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, and then hold on, just to guide this.
Ninth Amendment does.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, and also.
Find rights whether or not they're a Bill of Rights.
To be super clear, what do you think the Ninth Amendment does?
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
Bill
and
of
also,
Rights
hold on,
are
just for guiding
written
this.
into the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, and then hold on, just to guide this, and then I'll give Nick and the other guy a chance to respond. Nick and Jesse. I shouldn't say the other guy, sorry. Mike, before we start hammering out huge positions, I imagine both of these guys are going to provide what they believe is a foundation for why abortion is going to be like substantially different than.
Okay, so now I can actually have a bit more of an understanding of what Destiny has done here as a mod. I'm gonna delete that. Okay, because he's saying, before they get into this, he's like, okay, they are going to. I'm just gonna say this side is going to provide a going to provide why they believe is a foundation for why abortion is provided to explain why abortion is unique. Yeah, why is going to be substantially different in. Oh God, I'm just gonna. Position is imagine both these guys are going to provide what they believe is a foundation for why abortion is going to be like substantially different than other implied rights. Okay, why abortion is different to other implied rights. Yeah, Jesse, active finding implied rights is not one unique to the row position, true, but I think everybody here agreed that they're implied rights. Yes, exact. So everybody. So it still stands what I was saying about him pointing out things that don't need. Even though Destiny does, he does assume what they are going to do. He does do that. Borden, and that's why. Here we go. Okay. Okay, good.
And other implied rights, I imagine, is what
Yes.
we're going to get into. Yeah. So, yeah,
But
Jesse.
the act of finding implied rights is not one that's unique to the row position.
True,
That
but I
is-
think everybody here agreed that there are implied rights as part of.
I just want to
right, yeah.
be clear. Yesterday, I had a debate with someone who denied, or at least denied a huge part of that, and said they should all go. Griswold should go.
Well, listen, it's not
Lawrence
yesterday.
should go.
We're in a new conversation with new people. Yeah, I think everybody
But
here.
it is useful to suss that out as a position, because there are some people who will say no, implied rights.
Yeah.
This is all cockamamie.
Okay, Jesse,
No, yeah.
and then Nick, go.
Hey, Snake.
I think you're 100% right that like there are definitely people with all
Keva,
sorts
hello.
of positions, but I mean even Justice Thomas some degree believes in some kind of substance. But I generally think that the Glucksberg opinion is the way that we should do this. We should look at the history tradition. We should look at what sort of historical state interests pushed against these rights. And I think that if the Ninth Amendment is intended, if we can understand it to mean anything, we have to understand it to mean that there are rights outside of what's.
This man is smiling very big against what Jesse is saying here. So, I mean, I'll go to a next one and just do Jesse. Ninth Amendment. Oopsie. So he's now trying to talk about the 9th Amendment and saying, is intended, we can understand it to mean that anything we have to understand is to mean that there are rights outside of what's here. Okay? Okay? Cool. Jumping off point to crystallize. Okay, so let's continue. This guy's word salad guy.
Here, and I think all the Bill of Rights.
Double cubed is here. Hey, 333. Debate diagram is ASMR for SPs. Oh, I hope so. Is that what we're discussing? Women's rights? No. Pisco does that a lot. He did it in the Lauren and Adams search debate. What, when he just smiles at what somebody's saying? Like an ass. He's poisoning the well. And Destiny sussed out the position. Double cubed is here, something. No, this smiling thing that I think he's doing here.
I shouldn't say all, that's a bit reductive. But I think the main thing the Bill of Rights does is it provides a very solid jumping off point to crystallize what the common law already provided with respect to a lot of these rights. I don't think that that's even a particularly controversial thing, because we go to the common law to figure out what speech is, and we go to the common law to figure out what the limitations on the right to bear arms are, everything else. So even if we never had a Bill of Rights, I think that there is a mechanism to, well, maybe not.
Maybe he's reacting to chat. Who knows? Maybe he's just reacting to chat.
If there was no Bill of Rights. But even if the individual rights in the Bill of Rights weren't enumerated as they are, I still think there's a mechanism to get them. Even if all we had was the 5th Amendment due process and the 14th Amendment, I think we'd still get there.
Let's run it down.
Chad, door closed by Mr. Kitty. He always has to. You have to slam that door, so it's always Chad, door closed.
Well, no, wait. Let's give Nick some input here. Go.
No, I'm going to largely argue or agree with what Jesse is saying here. I mean, again, the fact that implied rights are enumerated themselves within the 9th Amendment shows that implied rights are intended to exist within the Constitution. I think the 9th Amendment was the compromise position between the people who wanted the Bill of Rights versus the people who did not want a Bill of Rights. They were concerned, as they should have been, that only enumerated rights would be respected and honored. What their, of course, big miscalculation was the idea that the enumerated rights would be respected at all, which they barely are. It's comical to think that enumerated rights are actually respected in this country and have been respected by the Supreme Court. But that being said, implied rights clearly exist. They are broader than any of us want to imagine. It's just as Destiny accurately predicted, there is a foundational difference between what the idea of an abortion right would be versus, say, a right to privacy that exists in looking at the 4th and 9th Amendments.
Okay, so he's saying there's rights outside of what's the name? What is it? Outside of Constitution? Outside of it? Outside of enumerated. Hi, Daisy. Welcome back, baby girl. And then we've got Nick, who's like, oh, I've taken your blankie. I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. I've taken Daisy's blankie. It's absolutely horrible, dude. Here you go, mommy. Come. Here. See, it's a blanket. I'll take this blankie. Yes, I live in the desert, but I have a blanket over me right now because my husband has the aircon on very high. He got it so high. Okay. Daisy, come on. Are you going to sit there or here? Okay. Another intermission by Daisy. Enumerated in the Constitution of the... What's up, Michael? enumerated rights in the Bill of Rights. Okay, yeah, he's just agreeing. The point is he's agreed. He agrees that they exist, but they're broader than Hi, Daisy. Oh, she's making biscuits. Let me just check her. If you can see her. You making biscuits, Daisy. It's it. Yes, she wants love. Yes. Okay. I have to give her her loves, and then continue working, and then give her loves. There is no valid. Roe was a terrible foundation. Roe was a terrible decision because there is no valid foundation of a right to abortion which can be founded in a right to privacy. Is that the argument that is being made? Yeah, I'm going to star that message. Okay. Broader than we'd like, and then also yes, as Destiny said. Well, let's just go back here. The right to there is a foundational difference between an abortion right to privacy. Looking at the 4th and 9th Amendment combined. Otherwise, we can take implied rights, security, and the effects of our electronic documents. Okay, let's check.
Combined otherwise. We can take an implied right to security in the effects of our electronic documents, right? Something they had not specifically written down at the time of the 4th Amendment, but we recognize that, yeah, if you have right to privacy in your papers, you probably have right to privacy in a virtual paper that didn't exist at the time. But that is a far cry from saying you have a right to terminate a pregnancy that is implied anywhere in the Constitution or anywhere in the common law.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what Destiny did. He was saying, look, you guys are he sussed out that this is it, that you guys are going to try and talk about whether implied rights and whatever don't exist. It's just no. Now, the argument will then become whether this is this implied right exists at all and how it does. Okay.
Let's talk about why.
Well, hold on. Before we jump from that, though, I do because basically I think we are all sort of agreeing that framework here is history and tradition. I don't think any of us are really pushing back on the idea the common law is the push there. And like I said, I generally tend to think that the Roe right is largely correct, except for the fact that viability is not principled. I think quickening is a lot more principled. But I think, why on the
Okay, so pushing back on the idea that common law is the push. So he's now saying, okay, brings up the common law again. Okay, so I'm going to say Jesse. Generally tend to think that the right is largely correct, except for the fact that viability isn't principled. Does it follow on from anything here? Does it follow on, or are we on a new page? Broader than we'd like, but is foundational difference between privacy? I guess it does follow on from here, because Jay is then just saying Rose writes logic correct except for the fact that viability. Yeah, it's not actually. It seemed quite fragmented there. Sure. Dense. This is a very dense thing for me. Quickening. This is the main thing. Quickening. Except for the fact that viability. Common law principle. Common law push. And then we say Rose right except for viability isn't principled. Like quickening. And then just one note here of our destiny. Destiny doing a moderation because Nick goes. Wait. Questions that. And then we actually have destiny. He's saying there's precedence. Mentioned. Quickening is mentioned. Okay. In the I would say, I don't know if he's saying common law, but let's see.
It's a Rose rightly decided.
You think quickening is more principled than viability?
Well, because he was saying if you could look to the history of the common law, quickening is something that is explicitly referenced.
Yeah.
I think viability is completely foreign to the common law. If we're going to go with common law as our guiding principle, I don't think we can go with viability. I think that's different. But
to be clear,
the point that I wanted
to
drill down on,
you accept the central holding of Roe that there is an individual right to abortion. You just disagree on where the state's interest crystallizes.
Exactly. Well,
Okay. You agree. So I don't know that they're supposed to all agree here. Sides. It's actually quite. It would have been better if there were just two sides. But anyway, we've got J. Not JP. Be like accept. Of row. Subtract, that was me. Accept that. Accept row gives individual portion. Agree where it gets. What? You just disagree with the state's interest. What does that even mean, crystallizes? But then he goes, yeah, no, I think.
I don't even think there is a disagreement there. I think Alito explicitly in this opinion.
Well, there's a disagreement between you and Nick Rekieta, which is
I'm a third party here, so I'm going to be arguing against everybody probably. But I do think for the pro-Roe people though, I think we need to try and figure out what your limiting principle is. Why don't I have a fundamental right to contract such that I have to have a minimum wage? Like how do you distinguish your
Lochner
limiting principle? Yeah, we don't have to specifically do Lochner, but anything, right? Like, and
he is just using big words. No, I know what crystallize means to set, but I'm saying like what you need to actually mean. What do you mean by crystallize there? Like, what do you actually what in law practically does crystallize mean? Like that for me, I need to know that.
Anything we can make up. What is the limiting principle?
Well, we just talked about it. We said that history is our guidepost here, and we look to rights that are so intrinsic to our notions of ordered liberty, and which have always been respected at some level of abstraction, not at the particular practice itself, but at the essence of it. What is it getting at? And that's why I'm going to ask you guys whether or not you agree with Griswold and whether or not you agree with Eisenstadt.
Okay, now let's go. We like, okay, now we've got P. Do you agree with? Let's go. Eisenstadt. Grindelwald? Griswold. Skinner.
And whether or not you agree with Skinner in the sterilization case.
Can I, just for chat,
Yeah.
when you bring up a case, can you briefly summarize?
Yes.
So Griswold, I think, was
Thank you. Fuck's sake.
contraception.
Griswold is contraception. Yeah. And by the way, these cases for married people. Eisenstadt is for unmarried people. I think there's a case called Carey as well later on, which applies beyond the marital bedroom. And
yeah, that has minors, like 16-year-olds.
And the Skinner case has to do with using sterilization, I believe, as a criminal punishment, and has.
Who is this person on the top here? That's not talking.
Been understood later in time to put limits on the government's ability to sterilize you. And so I'm asking them, given this line of cases, this precedent, and really given the how much it would shock the conscious to say something like the government is allowed to force you to be pregnant, or the government is allowed to
It's
force
such
you
a
to get an
fucking
abortion.
ludicrous position. Can we stop with that?
I think
Like,
that's
that is so goddamn stupid.
Why do you think
What is
it's so ludicrous? Do you not
The
think
government could force. Oh, so we're gonna have government rape camps running around.
No,
Like, look, lady, it's your time of being pregnant. We're gonna.
I agree with you, Nick. I agree that it would be.
You see, one of the things I do like about Nick is he's not going to try to make it sound fancy. He's just fucking telling you stuff, okay? And I'm just going to put another note here of Destiny as well. Like, tell us. Just because we do need to keep a little bit of a track of the way he helps with the way he does his moderation, because he is trying to. He's like, stop it, you guys are they're putting stuff together here. They do posture a lot with the case names and things. It's like, relax, okay. I think it was the whatever. It's like, it's not even relevant actually at this point. But then he basically gets to. I'm actually going to put it like this. Government forcing women have babies, and then basically I actually want to get his take. What did he say? Can we stop with that? Say something like, the government is allowed to force you to be pregnant. The government is allowed. Okay, the government is allowed to force you to be pregnant. So he's saying that this is absurd. Like, it is a horrible thing to say, because he's saying to say something like the government is, given this line of cases, the precedent had really given that how much it would shock the conscious. So basically what you're saying is people reacted to this to show people reacted badly to these cases, and then that shows that would create would shock people. Okay, and that's what he's trying to say. Okay, and I'll put that there. Reaction to these cases. Okay, cool, interesting. Okay, cool, continue.
Being pregnant, there'd be a lot less loaded language, and then we could keep having the conversation, right?
Let's actually talk about it. So if the government were to say, we're going to force every 20-year-old on our timetable to get pregnant and to forcibly inseminate these people, what would be unconstitutional about that?
Okay, so he's taken it from there. He's like, okay, cool. Let's use this question. I'm gonna put Griswold and Eisen. Yeah. Okay, and his question here is if what is unconstitutional? Make women, sorry. Okay, as the thought experiment. That's the thought experiment, and yeah.
I mean, a shitload would be unconstitutional about that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
I don't understand.
What?
I don't understand. Like that's like the idea of saying, well, if we got rid of the right to free speech, then the government would have a right to compel speech, but it doesn't have.
Okay, so he's now tried to use. He's mapping this guy's argument. So he's saying, okay, cool. You're saying what you're trying to do with this is saying that's like. So I'm gonna that's like, and then going like this. Scrapping. Compel would be allowing government to compel speech. So he's saying, oh, this is what your argument's going to be. That if we scrap the abortion right, then that means that the government can then compel pregnancy. That's it. And he's saying, no, that's not it.
A right to compel speech, even without the freedom of speech.
I agree. I agree.
So
yeah, I think the common law is really clear on that.
But let's talk about where there's.
Yeah, so you're saying, and this one carry on with this common law thing. Scrapping the right to free speech would be allowing government to compel speech. Not the same thing. Not true. The government's okay, so that's I suppose that he's taken that. Let him cook. He just lost the argument. Yeah, it's very well done. And you see how Nick just goes blah blah blah, doesn't have to say this and that and common law and what he just says it in a very. That's what shows intelligence is if somebody can make it really dumb it down. It's quite interesting.
But the difference in the First Amendment case is. In the First Amendment case, everyone agrees that there's a right to speech, and therefore the corollary of the.
Okay, so he's now taken this further, and he's P-Man is saying no, it's different. And that it's different in the the First Amendment. I can't see. I need to see what I'm typing. I don't need to look at my keyboard, but I do need to see what I'm typing. First Amendment. Fix it. Don't just highlight it. Fix it. It's not giving me my amendment. Okay, fix it for me. God. Okay, in the First Amendment case, what is wrong with it? First Amendment case, everyone agrees that there is a right to free speech. Okay, so he just repeats the arguments. He says yes, but, and repeats the argument that Nick has now presented.
The government can't tell you to shut up, is the government can't tell you to speak. In this case, you're denying that there's an abortion.
Okay, so there's a right to speech, therefore the government can't tell you to shut up. It can't, because there's a right to speech, it's tell you to speak. Yes, so he agrees, but with abortion, in the case of abortion, what's the difference?
Abortional right. That there's a right, a decisional right on whether to bear or beget a child. And so if...
Okay, there is a right of whether to bear or beget. A right of the decision okay, cool. And
well, okay, but at least Nick repeated it. And my question for Nick is, what aspect of the Constitution, I'll repeat it again, would make the law is, and so if, okay, but at least Nick repeated it. And my question for Nick is, what aspect of the Constitution, I'll repeat it again, would make the law of forced pregnancy unconstitutional under the United States Constitution?
That,
I mean,
he still didn't actually change. He didn't address this because he was saying this is how it's different. Okay, so let's think about this. So you have the right to it's like the positive negative rights thing. So you have the right to speech, therefore the government can't compel you to speech. You have the right to decide to speak or not. I don't see how they differ. I don't see how this is how they differ. Hey Ty, what's up? Once the sperm eats the egg, it's alive. This is a fact. Fucking hell, this is what he does. Just ask the same question, reword it slightly 10 times. So he does this. Hey, I want us to go over the Sitchin one then. Especially if he's actually like an asshole in it. Because I'm just thinking like to have a child. He brings that up, but he actually doesn't finish his point here. He goes, I'm waiting with bated breath to figure out how they're different. Okay, because I am a little lamb and very ignorant of this whole thing. So I would like to know what the point is. I don't know where I stand in his logic here. So I need him to, because I'm following the logic. We're not even talking about whether it's right or wrong abortion, whatever, but he's like going along the legal lines. And with the right to speech, you have the right to speak and people can't take it away from you. Okay? They can't put an act, a force upon you to make you speak. So in the same way, I have the ability to have children. They can't make me have children. Those things, they really do line up the way that Nick lined them up for me. So the onus was on him here to make those not the same. and he didn't finish the point. I'm very unhappy. I'm very disappointed. Okay? Because I was really waiting for it. But then BT dubs, because then also thank you, Jesse, for fucking this up, because he goes, oh, I'm not saying that. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Look how he fucking gets in the way.
What aspect of the that there's a right, can't tell you to speak. In this case, you're denying that there's an abortional right, that there's a right, a decisional right on whether to bear or beget a child. And so if
you see, so he's like, that is not the point. Jesse over here has gone, I'm not denying that there is a right for abortion, whatever. It's like, no, that is not the point. That's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing that if there is this right to abortion or whatever, in the whole mechanism we're discussing is whether that when you have a right, whether somehow taking it away, not enumerating it, somehow taking that away would imply something else that the government is able to do, compel. That's the whole mechanism we're discussing here. But instead, we have to have Jesse coming here. I'm not denying it. Like, okay, like, no, just, okay, I'm not going to, okay.
Okay, but at least Nick Rekieta is. And my question for Nick is, what aspect of the Constitution, I'll repeat it again.
He used that so perfectly to not finish the point. He actually gets interrupted by Jesse interruption. Interrupts to show he abortion rights. Okay, and then it's like, oh, by the way, I'll just take whoopsie and just use this to repeat my question in the same thing. What aspect of the Constitution would make the law of forced pregnancy unconstitutional? If anyone is watch, like, I can see there's two anonymous people looking at the diagram at the moment. How is it? Is it delayed, or can you see it mostly live? Retarded springboard, ineffective. What's Forful saying? Is he going to conflate the government forcing some... There is he. Michael, is he going to conflate the government forcing someone to get pregnant to the government making abortion illegal? Yes, he is. And that's why Nick rounded around it. And look at his face. He's like, oh, fucking hell. I recommend the Lauren one first, Heavenly. With him and Lauren. Oh, God. Pisco just infuriating to listen to. Yeah. There is also a weird debate between Pisco and somebody named Dan versus vegan gains over copyrights on Destiny's channel. Oh, that sounds like a palate cleanser. If it's short enough. Emma from Sam Cedar argues trans should be able to do women's sport due to societal value. She might go and force monogamy. Oh, that's actually true. That tracks. The games on the Sam Cedar show are actually brain dead. It's not even funny. Oh, you mean the girls? The dames on there.
What aspect of the Constitution, I'll repeat again, would make the law of forced pregnancy unconstitutional under the United States Constitution?
I mean, the idea that just consider, first of all, we've all accepted that there are implied rights. But again, the hyperbolic position of the government can come around, pump semen into you, and force you to be breeding stock is so far beyond the scope of just saying...
Okay, I want him to answer the question, though. He's making a point here, but he's not answering the question. Because I don't know if it's because the question's so stupid you can't even answer it. Like it's the point is moot or something. But civil liberty, that was stupid Sam Bucket of Cedar. Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's why, but he does go, maybe he's going to answer. I haven't let him finish, but the point is he's saying, okay, well, hyperbolic position could make women get pregnant. Pregnant.
Look,
I
you
agree.
made a choice to get pregnant. Now you can't kill the baby that's inside.
Boom. So he's made the yes, boy, yes. Okay, the government could make the woman get pregnant because he's gone. He's refuted the first. He brought the analogy, right, with the free speech, right? Now he's gone and said, okay, well, let me explain it to you a bit further. He's expanded on it and actually done it with the abortion rights. Okay, so he's gone here. Oopsie, let me just zoom in for you guys as well. In reality, it's the government. The woman has gotten pregnant, and yeah, let's assume it's a choice. Okay, we're not going to go into the rape thing. Choice. Therefore, then it's now you can't kill. You can't kill the baby inside you because it's life. Okay.
Because it's a life. The forced creation of a life is different than
Yes, beautiful. The forced creation of a life is different. Okay. It said the government cannot do that because that's rape and it's illegal. What? I think that's what I suppose that's what he's answering. He's not answering the question in that because that's how dumb the question is. Like the answer would be because that's rape.
saying you don't get to terminate a life. Something that even in Roe they recognize there's some level of interest in that potential life. You're looking for some specific language in the Constitution that says, actually, yeah, you can't run around and have a government penis pump semen into someone against their will.
Okay, so now he's attacking the question, the way that it was brought around. He's like, you are asking. Okay, so based on that, you're asking for language, Constitution, forced pregnancy, forced conception. Well, yeah, pregnancy. Can't run around against the will, semen into someone against the will. I mean, come on, man. I like not language, just limiting principle. Okay, he just wants a limiting principle.
I mean, come on, man.
Like, not language though, just a limiting principle. We can say it's different.
What the basis is? I mean,
yeah, we can say it's different, but why is it different?
We all agree that policy would be atrocious and reprehensible, and I agree that it would be unconstitutional. I just want to assure you of that I believe that law would be.
Oh my God! Well done, everybody. Everybody here is happy that we can't. We're not for grape. Well done, everybody. Thank you. Please, everybody. My God. They're putting semen in the water, turning the freaking woman pregnant. Yep, it's true. You heard it here first. Ladies and gentlemen, women can only drink wine because that's the only thing that, wait a second, drinking wine's not going to help people stay unpregnant. Never mind. Exactly, snakes. Woo! We're all against it. Duh!
Unconstitutional. But I believe that it would be unconstitutional because I think people have a right on the fundamental decision about whether to bear or beget a child. But where do you draw the source of constitution?
God, I hate him. I don't know why I hate him so much. Cheers. Where you? Oh, cheers. I thought you were saying goodbye, Lucy. Lance does this a lot. Like, look, I did a thing. Yes. Okay, so you're asking language in the Constitution. You can't force conception. Okay, then he's like, no, I'm asking for a limiting principle. Which, I don't know, whatever, okay. I don't know, that sounds legal. Okay, oh, Nick, look how Nick speaks like a human! It drives me crazy. Okay, it's like look at him, and look at them, and look at him, and look at them. Okay, so asking limiting principle, and then draw the source of constitution. Okay, so he now has to take a stand. Listen, guys, we can all agree would be bad. I'm gonna say it'd be bad if there was some something like that in the Constitution. Well done, thank you.
I mean, you might be able to distinguish later on abortion from forced insemination on the state's interest analysis, but at the right stage of the analysis, what is the source for saying that law is facially unconstitutional?
We have a fundamental right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Right? Like that's
not actually what is happening in the case of forcing someone to bear the child.
Okay, so we can all agree, blah blah. So then he's saying, saying what about it? What does he say? The source for saying that law is unconstitutional. We have fundamental right to life. Abortion, forced insemination, state's interest analysis. But at the right stage of the analysis, what is the source for saying that the law is unconstitutional? We have, okay. Why would that be? Why would it be unconstitutional? And then we have Nick, we have fundamental pursuits of happiness. Okay, and then we've got Lego over here. Wait. That's not the case. Okay, so oh, but I don't wanna is the argument.
Right?
Why not?
And I can give you a hypothetical on this. So let's say you have a 5-year-old child, right? And they have kidney failure, and you're the only person who has a compatible kidney. If you donate one of your kidneys, you will 100% save the life of that child, and you will have a 0% chance to die. Should the government force you to donate the child?
No.
Okay, so you're saying that there isn't a right for a child to use the parent's body in order to live?
Well,
Okay, so this is the kidney one. Hey, didn't this come up the other day as well? Didn't Lance or someone bring it up? Forced insemination. Biden is coming for your kids. I regret that sentence immediately. Laws are illegal in this town. Biden is only getting with smelling. Yeah, he's only smelling kids. Sorry, Daisy's fur is all over here. Look at this. Look at your fur, dude. Oh, mama. Okay, so forcing someone, blah blah, parents. Okay, so we've got the hypothetical. Kidney. What did you say? Like kids needs kidney. 5-year-old child. Old kidney. Needs kidney. Can parent has compatible. Can the government force the parent to donate kidney to kid? And Nick says no. I mean, he didn't go, no, he says no. Okay, and then it's like, oh, gotcha!
No.
Okay, so you're saying that there isn't a right for a child to use the parent's body in order to live?
Well,
okay, so there's the gotcha. He said no. So you're saying, so the child. You're saying the child's. You're saying the isn't a rat. To live. Okay. Okay, and here we go. This is where he thinks. Ha, gotcha! Yeah, so he said no, not no. Oh, listen here. He did say no, okay? Katie brought it up, and then Sitch and Adam referenced it in when covering Lance's simple appearance. Yeah. So what you're saying is, I'm Kathy Newman. It's crazy how often these people say things that are obviously wrong. Also, weird phrasing. What, from me?
How
for
is
your
that
hypothetical to
different?
work, you'd
How
have
is it
to
different from the case
both
of
be in a
forcing
car
the
crash.
woman to use her uterus to have the child?
Yeah,
It's
but the only way
exact
that
same
hypothetical
thing.
works is if it'd have to be mom and son are in a car crash, they share a blood type, and when they wake up from their coma, they're
What?
already connected. And then it's a question of, can we cut the cord?
We just want the
Like,
source
that's-
of the constitutional right at issue.
So Nick just laughs that one off, and also the Jesse just goes in here and says, you for the hypothetical to work. The parent and child need to be connected. Okay, whatever. Cool.
I don't think it's too much to ask.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna pump the brakes. Okay, so philosophically, and I'm almost positive, legally speaking, we would all agree there's probably a difference, even if both are bad, between causing harm versus allowing harm.
Okay, Destiny trying to do some moderation here. So he's like, okay, I'm there is a difference between causing harm and allowing harm. Okay, and
right? If I hold somebody under a pool and let them die, which we could say is abortion, that's going to be different than if I watch somebody die that's drowning, that I could save otherwise by donating a kidney, right? So these are probably fundamentally different, even if we would agree that both are bad. So I don't know if it's a one-to-one comparison here. I will say that on the second hand, rather than coming at this from like a
Okay, so he's now saying, so they... So now, would your guys' opinion be here that he's now overstepping, he's participating? For me, I don't think so yet, because he is moving the conversation. It's the moderation that he's got to like push them away from getting into muddying waters and things like that, as well as also pointing out it is his job to point out things that are not worth, or not worth arguing, but also try to see, okay, if he notices that you are repeating a certain argument, see if we can go at it from a different angle, which I think he might be suggesting.
Limiting principle thing. I'm curious, can we start at the other end, and then Pisco and Lego, can you guys construct this, like give me this right to abortion, and then I guess for Nick and then maybe Jesse, like once they've started to imply too much, can you tell me where like you would say like you would need to stop right here because now you've gone too far?
There you go. So we've got, I don't know, in my opinion, I think that's good, because maybe it's too much of a direction that he's made them take, but he's realized it's going a certain way and he's made them go. He's kind of brought them. What's this? Okay. I wonder which is worse, Metals, Brit, Aussie, or Fringies Russian. What, when they start making, they start doing accents. Okay. Physically, there. I'm going to make it a different thing because he's asking for something new. So Destiny. And he's going to see. So actually, no, I'll put the start at the other end differently, but it is start at the other end. Pisco and Lego. I'll give us construct. Nick and Jesse, which they're supposed to be on the same side. Nick and Jesse bring when things are applied, when there's too much being applied, implied. So he's restructuring the discussion, which I think is fine. It's a direction that he's supposed to make. He's supposed to direct them, and I don't think it's biased. He's moving. He's trying to find the sense in this. So at the moment, he's doing well.
And the reason why I'm asking this is because like some of the language, Nick, that you use when you say things like the state has an interest in potential life. One of the worries, we're getting a little meta, but one of the worries of the Alito draft is that this could theoretically be used, even though Alito says otherwise, I think like 4 times, this could be used to get rid of a lot of contraception. Because contraception that involves the fertilization of an egg is potential life, and now we're arguing that the state has an interest here, right? So I'm curious if like Pisco, can you begin to construct that right to privacy abortion?
Real quick on a defined term thing though.
Sure.
Again, I think birth control can be post-conception. Doesn't contraception literally mean stopping conception? This is totally semantic, but I think it's worth like noting at least. I agree there are types of birth control that will prevent attachment after conception, but I don't think there's any contraception that happens after conception.
Yeah, but I mean, like, arguably, this could be part of the
wrong.
argument, right? Like, some people might say, like, should the Supreme Court be taking a position on differentiating these things, right? Like that. So
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree.
I would say that things like Plan B are kind of in this gray area, right? Because a lot of women take Plan B without knowing if they actually are pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've taken it without knowing I'm pregnant. What did I take it? I think I got it, and then I got a pregnancy test, and then I didn't take it. Anyway, also, whoa! I remember looking up that. Remember we were looking up whether the Plan B is in all rape kits. It's not. That's incredible. Anyway, so he's trying to say do that, but then it's like, oh, here Desi decides let's go and have a discussion about contraception versus abortion. Before conception versus after conception. Okay, and Destiny is just like, yeah, that would be part of the discussion. Okay. Can't relate to me anymore. Taken Plan B, wait, you have a sex? You're a sex haver? Gross, I can't relate to you anymore. I have a husband. What do you want? I'm not supposed to be with him? We're just gonna hold hands, me and my husband. Oh wait, no wait, yeah. Because I don't want children, I shouldn't be doing any of that.
Or if there was actual conception, so you have some sort of like Schrodinger's baby, and then they take Plan B so that they can avoid the pregnancy. But there's a chance that they don't actually have. They might not have actually had a conceived fetus yet, right? Like there might not be a fertilized egg.
Sure.
But they still take it.
Yeah. Okay. Start building. Or Nick, go ahead.
Yeah. Destiny's like cool. Still not what I want to be talking about. Not a true gamer. Relationships. Hey, listen, my husband's all lonely there, and I'm here with you guys, so definitely a gamer.
I say something?
Real quick, I'll make my position up front before it gets assumed. There is, to me, there's a distinct difference between contraception or even abortifacient usage versus employing someone else to shove a vacuum cleaner into your cervix.
Okay, I hate that. They showed us an abortion at our Christian camp, our sex ed camp that we went to, and yeah, it was truly horrific. Thank you for that. Nikki Rackets is a gamer. Marriage is for normies. Hey, and I'm married to a normie. We're normie. We're like the normiest of norms. Ugh, it's awful. Yeah, it's yeah. I've only seen one. I've only seen that video, and that's it. I don't need to see anything else. And that was 2016, so I'm sure it wasn't like HD kind of thing. I don't need to see that. Oh, anyway, the cool. Just next position on. Contraceptive and abortifacient. Different to employing someone. Vacuum cervix. To insert a vacuum up your cervix. Ooh. Taking part in having, is someone actually going to remove something, employing someone else to do? Yeah. Okay. So there's a difference.
Pull a baby out of it, right? Like there's a difference there between taking a pill and having someone actually go in and remove something, employing someone else to do so.
Wait,
and I think,
can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Because I'm curious if you really believe that. If we were to say theoretically that there was a pill that you could take to have an abortion up to 9 months, would you be okay with like a 9-month abortion if you took a pill for it?
No.
would I be okay with it versus do I think it's legally defensible? I think it's much more legally defensible for a court to find.
Okay, so Destiny's taking part by asking questions, and I guess it's to. He's not asking to make Nick defend it. He's asking to what extent Nick believes in this, because Nick is now trying to say his position here. So Destiny's like, fine, if there was okay, and then Nick is saying no. Well, there's a difference because he's like legally defensible. He says what? Let's just let it. I want him to say it.
Would I be okay with it versus do I think it's legally defensible? I think it's much more legally defensible for a court to find that, or for, I guess, a permissive right to take an abortifacient even up to 9 months than I do thinking, than I think it would be in the federal government's interest to allow the employment of a doctor to perform some sort of procedure. Obviously, the closer you get to, I guess, delivery, right? So if we're talking an 8.5 month abortifacient, like unless it liquefies the baby in some sort of way, but theoretically, if that were possible, I think that's a different discussion.
Yeah, sure.
But
I'm
again,
just curious because in terms of what you said, it sounds like.
No, it's. I don't care. The same thing is still happening for me, but for him, he's talking about having it, whether it's whether it's different, whether there is a difference between the two things, the pill and the thing. It's not that it makes it okay. Closer delivery. Different discussion. That's okay. That's going off into the weeds. Let's see.
Like a doctor performing an abortion on a 1-week-old fetus would be bad, but a woman taking a pill at 9 months would be more defensible. So I just curious that position. But yeah,
I just think there's a big difference in the privacy interests involved, and I think if
so that's what would be it. There is a different discussion, like privacy interest. Yeah, because I don't think it's about the morality of the pill. It's about the actual. Oh no! Is that really how a no sounds like? How are you supposed to say no as a non-South African? No. How do you say no? How do Americans say no? No, like that. They say no. See, whenever I try and do an American accent, I have to go to Valley Girl. That's the only way that I can do an American accent. And how would she say it? How would a stupid person say it? And I say stupid as in like Valley Girl, typical. If you're a Valley Girl, it's cool. I'm just, how would a typical girl say it? That's no. It's the same. It's not that different, snakes. No. No.
if we're going to go down the line of privacy interests, which is what I have a feeling most of the people on this panel see the abortion right as some sort of fundamental privacy plus autonomy interest, then we have to look at every single other privacy interest. We got to go to cats. We've got to go through that entire line of cases where once you are sharing that privacy with a third party, then the government has access into that privacy. And though I disagree fundamentally with that concept and how it's used to monitor.
Oh my God, she can't say no. No wonder she's married. Wouldn't it be the opposite? Say it like an Aussie. No. Like that, no. I'll say it like Shad. No. Like that. So you have to do the whole face. No. Everyone's putting cats in the chat. We have to go to cats. Privacy interest differs in these two scenarios. Say bank accounts, phone calls. Oh God. So then there we go. Okay. I'll even make it a circle because he goes, it's got to be a circle. Kitty seems to be able to say no properly. You say so. Okay, Stag, thank you. True, or you say nah. That's how it sounds, but the correct spelling is nar. Nari? Nari, no. Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, Daisy's playing. Okay, Sam, come here. Okay, can they see? Yeah, they can see you play. See you play, go, girl. Come on. Play. Okay, continue. So he's now talking about sheesh. Sort of fundamental privacy plus autonomous interest, okay?
Some sort of fundamental privacy plus autonomy interest, then we have to look at every single other privacy interest. We got to go to cats. We've got to go through that entire line of cases where once you are sharing that privacy with a third party, then the government has access into that privacy. And though I disagree fundamentally with that concept and how it's used to monitor, say, bank accounts or phone calls or whatever, it is part of the jurisprudence of the United States. It gets left out of this discussion every single time. But we are getting a little bit out of scope here because the question is not whether or not abortion should be okay. The question is whether the government, the federal government, needs to enshrine it as a fundamental right that is not reserved for state action. And so I know I'm going to probably be mislabeled in the audience here, and so let me just make it clear. I think if a state wants to enable abortion, actually, I shouldn't say if a state wants to make abortion legal, because abortions are presumptively legal and have been presumptively legal except when they were not, which is right before Roe, incidentally. But if a state wants to make an abortion illegal, that should be the state's choice, not the federal government's choice.
Okay, so then I think...
Okay, so he's now done a bit of moderating for us, and he's like, cool, but actually, we've got go to cats, access used to monitor bank accounts. It's out of discussion. Question is not whether or not abortion should be. Okay, the question is. Question is not whether abortion is okay. Question is whether the government, federal government, whether the federal government, look at all the repeats we have in our spoken word, federal government needs to enshrine it as a fundamental right. Cool. For state action. Very good.
It needs to enshrine it as a fundamental right that is not reserved for state action. And so I know I'm going to probably be mislabeled in the audience here, and so let me just make it clear. I think if a state wants to enable abortion, actually, I shouldn't say if a state wants to make abortion legal, because abortions are presumptively legal and have been presumptively legal except when they were not, which is right before Roe, incidentally. But if a state wants to make an abortion illegal, that should be the state's choice, not the federal government.
Okay, so that's the main point that actually came up after the Roe v. Wade. One of the bigger conservative arguments was it should be up to the states, not the federal government. Illegal. Okay, question is for Pisco.
That's choice.
Okay, so then I think this circles us back to my question, I think, for Pisco, which was, can you construct that? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yay! So Pisco, can we get to that? Okay, abortion is privacy interest. Okay, and then we go back here, and it's like, how's about you answer the question? Do it again. Pisco, attempt 2. Construct. Abortion rights. Right. Oh no, she didn't say no. She said no, no. Gaz. I didn't see that one. That's funny. I don't know why. I only saw Nauru and snakes. It's so weird. Okay.
Though I want to plant a flag here again, second flag, which is there are 2 steps to this analysis, which is going to be first assess the fundamental right and to the extent that it exists, and next we're going to assess a state interest to see when and where that right can be overserved.
Okay. So he's going to do another flag, which is like, could you stick to the point? But I suppose he's doing so, kind of. He's making the foundation of his point. What was I doing? I fucked it up. There we go. Flag. Flag 1. Or flag. I'll just put a flag. And flag. Two steps to analysis, which is going to be assess the extent assess the fundamental extent it exists. Okay. Then we're going to assess. Then assess. State interest. To see when that can be limited and infringed upon. Although infringed is quite a strong word there, but okay.
Is going to be first assess the fundamental right and to the extent that it exists, and next we're going to assess a state.
Patrick is back, everybody. How did it go? How did it go? I hope it went well. I mean, you won't know, right? This guy's a huge flag, right?
interest to see when and where that right can be
infringed upon.
usurped or infringed upon, whatever.
Can I jump in real quick, just because this is what I had originally.
He hasn't finished it. He hasn't finished it, dude. Isn't Daisy the cutest girl in the world? Yeah, we're almost done, Rosales, though. We've got about 15, 20 minutes left. I don't know if we've got memes to go over at the end here. I have to wait and see, but it went well. Plus free lunch. I know, that's the best part. What did you eat? Daisy gets all the love screeches. Sorry. Back to abortion. Do. Yes, there's a do.
Email Destiny about. And
simplification, okay?
Yeah, no, totally. But I would like to kind of get.
Please, God. Like, okay, sorry, your flags are gone. Now we have Jesse. What word salad do you have for us today, Jesse, sir?
Just make sure from first principles we agree, because I basically, like, in the equal protection, where all of the equal protection clause stops certain classifications, just by way of background, the way that the framework was developed was you figure out what the classification is first in isolation, and then you figure out what the state interest is that might go up against that. And so there is this very delineated step 1, step 2 in equal protection. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, the right itself in step 1 came into the Constitution with certain strings attached at common law. So while I agree we don't need to talk about today's state interest when we're figuring out what the scope of the right is, we do have to talk about the historical state interest recognized at common law. So I do want to push back on this notion that we can't talk about state interests when we're defining the scope of the right. I think we have to. Like, that's what the common law does.
If you accept that the common law is the only source of fundamental rights, but it's not. I think
we all accept it's at least part of
history.
It, right?
History is the guidepost. History and tradition is the guidepost, not necessarily the common law. For instance, if there.
Nah, segue key. I had bacon chicken ranch sandwich with avocado. Just throw them in jail. Oh, look how cute she is. She's the cutest. Okay, can you see Axie? Yeah, Axe is on the side there. You can also see Axe, right? Yeah, he's on the couch. Okay. Just throw who in jail? Who do we throw? The guys that are gonna... I'm also pretty hungry. I wasn't that hungry earlier. But now I'm like, I don't know, all of this abortion talk is hilarious, making me hungry. That's the joke! It was for Patrick! Did you see AI Hassan had some great lines spamming throw them in jail and top of the hour ad break? What? No, I didn't. Metal Commander for prison. Snakes, you bullying. Oh, he'll share his sandwich with you. Okay. So, thanks, Jesse. That's fascinating, Tails. Like, did this man, did P man say that you can't look at the interest of the state interest?
There is.
I think we have to. Like, that's what the common law did. Steps, but I would like to kind of get
state interest to see when and where that right can be usurped or infringed upon, whatever.
Can I jump in real quick, just because this is what I had originally emailed Destiny about? And
simplification, okay?
Yeah, no, totally. But I would like to kind of get just make sure from first principles we agree, because I basically, like, in the equal protection, where all of equal protection clause stops certain classifications, just
So now, who brought this up, dude? Who brought this up? Okay. He's like, figure out. Right then, figure out. But there is a delineated step.
just by way of background. The way that the framework was developed was you figure out what the classification is first in isolation, and then you figure out what the state interest is that might go up against that.
Yes.
And so there is this very delineated step 1, step 2 in equal protection. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, the right itself in step 1 came into the Constitution with certain strings attached at common law.
Okay, so he's just like, figure out state interest. And then the law, the right came into with the common law. So he's basically saying with so there, okay, cool, came with the common law. So now what you're trying to say is figuring out.
So while I agree we don't need to talk about today's state interest when we're figuring out what the scope of the right is, we do have to talk about the historical state interest recognized.
Okay, what do you mean I agree? Nobody has said, hello, Daisy. She's looking at me like, what the fuck, dude? Why are your hands like that? So while I agree, but we need to look at basically the point you wanted to make is we need to look at historical what are you calling it? State interest as well. You know what? You could have held on to that. You didn't need to bring it up now. Why would you need to bring it up now? How does it help you? How? I love Mootle. Nobody tell him I said that. Oh, okay, I won't. What did Calvin do? He's eating baby hands, isn't he? All of this abortion talk is giving me the munchies, this kind that only hands can satisfy. Yes. Athene has made some AI profiles of people he then interviews. Great fun. Oh, that's cool. I love them. Asmongold. Let's just say Asmongold AI wouldn't be allowed at TwitchCon. So it's kind of like character AI, but now it actually speaks because or is it character AI? Because I remember I watched V play around with that. And it was very funny indeed.
Is that common law? So I do want to push back on this notion that we can't talk about state interests when we're defining the scope of the right.
Nobody said this notion that we can't talk about state interests. He said that it's just step 2.
I think we have to. Like, that's what the common law does.
If you accept that the common law is the only source of fundamental rights, but it's not just...
Historical state interest as well. Historical/common law. Okay, and yeah, so he's then we've got P-Man who's like, yeah. See, these lawyers, I'm like, no, this is not relevant right now. I know that it's all underneath everything, but it's not, it's derailed. If you think common law is the only source for rights, which it isn't. I know it's their job to argue, but they're not on the point. It speaks and has a visual module. Yeah, so you see, it's gone even. It only took like a month or two, and now we get that. It's not just having character AI where you do text chat.
We all accept it's at least part of
history.
it, right?
History is the
tradition.
guidepost. History and tradition is the guidepost, not necessarily the common law. For instance, if there is no common law with respect to a certain practice, it might nonetheless, the absence of evidence in the common law, plus some other sort of the general practice of citizens might be enough to push you over the line. And so I don't accept that looking at the common law is the only or exclusive method of determining fundamental rights.
So when you say history and tradition, you don't mean exclusively legal history and tradition. You're saying like contemporary practice as well?
That's relevant, yeah. Why would you exclude that?
Yeah, I agree.
Refuse to map this.
Okay.
Okay. And also, Alito cites that as well. Alito cites
I mean,
in his
Alito
opinion, so
Alito does this completely wrong. He ignores quickening and all of the common law treatises just as much as Roe does. So I think
you can't say Alito ignores quickening. Alito talks about quickening. Alito discounts quickening. Ultimately, says the distinction is abandoned. He talks about quickening.
That's fair. Yeah, that's true.
All right,
but building out the case, I think it's a simplification. And there are other times where, yes, the state interest is going to, in the First Amendment context, for instance, a lot of these sui generis rules, these unique rules about the First Amendment, which don't map on perfectly to strict scrutiny analysis, they're going to be like that. They're going to be a little, where you're considering the state interest in the process of defining the scope of the right. But in general, as a simplification matter, I think it's totally fine to say, look to the right, then look to the...
See, what's really, really not great for Destiny here is just lawyers talking lawyerly. Look at me lawyering. Law loot boxes. Yeah, you see, they're all just talking law, which is like, yeah, that's not the purpose of this stream. He building momentum on his side makes him look good, even if irrelevant point. Yeah, exactly. He's just like, look at all the amount of words I can put together. And it's like, yes, very well done. Thank you very much. Look at all the law I know. Nick doesn't have that particular chip on his shoulder. He's not busy there trying to talk about this and that. He will place his position, and that's it. Look how bored he is.
State interest. That's typically what our practice is with these fundamental rights. That's kind of like, Barbary teaching you, preparing for the bar kind of analysis. So that's kind of how we look at it. And you might be able to later down the line this.
Are they talking about a day at the lake? What the fuck does this have to do with abortion?
Distinguish abortion from contraception based on the state's interest. That's fine. But first we're going to establish, in my opinion, the scope of the right. And so Destiny asked me to build out your case.
Yes, please.
Well, I think the decision about whether to bear or beget a child is a fundamental right.
Oh, he loves this. I know that it's very much that's the point, is bear or beget a child. Why do we have to say bear or beget? Look, he's been saying it. Why is it bear or beget? What is the difference between bear and beget? Bear versus beget. What's the difference? As verbs, the difference between bear and beget is the bear to endeavor is to depress the price of, or prices. Beget is to cause. Okay, so bear is to be pregnant, to keep the, and then beget is to just impregnate. Yeah, nothing. Kids say get things figured out. Yeah, it's we've been just as you before you left, actually, like 5 seconds before you left, we have YouTube running. I just had to go and play. I just had to click a certain thing to share the system audio.
Because for years, it's implicit in what it is to be an American, to be a free individual, to be able to govern your family and decide for yourself what your family is going to be, who you are going to be. That intimate decision about having a child is one of the most personal things that you can think about. And for years, the cases have followed along from that. You have cases involved.
He means to remain pregnant, beget is to give birth. Thank you. Yeah, because he does keep saying it, and I'm like, that's very nice. He just has to keep saying the thing. It's so funny how they have to use the archaic terms. What's this? Most lawyers don't even talk like this. They speak more like Nick. Piece of shit. Sorry, just got out of school, so that's why he's talking like this. Yeah, no, he's got to show this. Bear is for the ladies, baguette is for the fellas. Baguette is not to give birth. Baguette. Yeah, let's just check here. Baguette versus, let me go again. Bear is to bring forth or produce, to yield, to bear apples, to bear children, to bear interest. Baguette, to produce, wait, what do bear and baguette a child mean? To procreate as a father, sire. Okay, I suppose it's, yeah, one is to get for the lady. Yeah, you're right, Patrick. It's one's for the ladies, one's for the men.
Involving the education of your children, being able to teach them whatever language you want to teach them. There are cases, as we already talked about, the sterilization cases, the contraception case in Griswold and Eisenstadt. These are all following a pattern that recognizes that the essence of your liberty and what it means to be free surely must mean to be able to build your family the way you want to see it. The perfect example is like everyone points to the China one-child policy as an example of people who are not free, as the antithesis to what freedom is and what it entails. And so that decision is, if anything is fundamental, that decision must be. And it seems like Nick Rekieta is fine with Griswold and fine with contraception. Why doesn't Roe follow on from that?
I also want to add that even if you look at it real quick from a right to privacy standpoint, when you look at how we have a right to privacy in terms of your religious beliefs and where you can practice your belief in your own home, in the First Amendment, you have a right to not quarter soldiers in your own home, which is a right to privacy in your own home. There's a privacy right in your person and possessions in the search and seizure law in the Fourth Amendment, right? So there's this concept of right to privacy that has been enumerated, and then when you add that in with the Ninth Amendment,
Nick's massive steam during Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp proves lawyers don't speak like this. Yeah, they're great. It is performance. Patrick has many birthings. I made more babies than I have. I made the same amount of babies as I have. I have no babies. I do. I've only got a Daisy and an Ixie. Oh. Memes. Yes, Nick, I was going to ask you, okay, because I'm fucking done with this bullshit. Okay? So we got through 36 minutes, so let's say 30 minutes of the debate. And as far as we know, they agree on implied rights being a thing. They disagree on whether abortion is how abortion is an implied right. And I don't like Pisco and I don't like Jesse. Jesse might be on the side of Nick, which would probably be the side I land on in any case, but I'm just not enjoying the conduct here. As for let me just take this. As for Destiny's performance here, I've liked it. I think he's brought direction. He has tried a couple times to bring Pisco and Jesse to where they're supposed to fucking go, but yeah, he hasn't gone crazy with it either. He hasn't enforced it with an iron fist kind of thing. He doesn't lose his shit if they go off. He's tried to hurt them a little bit, gently. The people that are derailing it, guess who's derailing the conversation? Why is it always the left side that is always derailing the conversation? It's pissing me off. Can we just get somewhere? Wow. It's a collective. thing. It just the way that the mind works. Like, can we just get why? I'm sure there's an argument somewhere in here, but now we're just going to talk about all the frivolities. You know what this is? Yeah, it's not pedantic, but it's pedantic. I wanted to say it could be considered that. I hatched my children. I knew he was a lizard person as well. Okay, so thanks for the people who are watching the diagram right now. I will be going and changing colors and making it look pretty, but it is a live link. So if you go and look at it later tomorrow, it'll probably look better than what it looks like now. But yeah, so far, oh yeah, let me put the timestamp in quick. We are going to finish debates, okay? That is it. But now that we have basically we have palette cleansers in between, because every Thursday is a group stream and we do different things to what I'm doing on a Tuesday. So I will continue with whatever we debate diagram in the future. Ethan Van Schaaf and organized chaos. Ooh, I'll do that. Snakes, or anyone. Andrew, could you put that in the debate diagram suggestion box, please, on the Discord? I'll put it there actually now as I go to the Discord. But let me just put the timestamp 36. Let's just go 36. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that one. Let us get Discord open. I'm just going to do that. Take that down and get us a Discord before it's already there. Oh, it was? Okay. There's so many. Discord. Daisy! Hi. Oh, your ears are so cold, Daisy. Poor mom. Sorry, guys. I'm just picking up. I just want to make the Discord. I don't have much control over what it shows you here. So I'm just going to get to the Discord, get to the memes and try and get them to pop out. And then you can see it. Eesh. But the people. So if I like move this a little bit to the side there. And maybe move that there. That's how I could do it. No, don't. Okay, there you go. Cool. Okay, let's see what the memes are looking like. Okay. What is this? Oh, Rockstar. Yes, Nico. I love Rockstar.
Don't touch me. Don't touch. Stop, bro. Stop. Don't put your hands on. Stop. Don't put your hands on me, man. Stop.
I watch this guy all the time.
I will nub your whole finger off. Stop. Look, you owe me for digging you a hole. Now give me that cookie you promised me, man.
There's like 5 of them.
Yeah, I should charge you 2 cookies for that.
I love him. But the people. What?
Because democracy means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
That really took forever to get there. And then he's like, but the people are retarded. Yes! You put money. You gave money to this person. Oh, that's pretty funny. That was pretty funny, Aldony. A couple of months ago, Rekieta had a more drunk than usual stream. Over the course of the night, as the alcohol set in, the stream went further and further off the rails. I made this one and it showed on the stream the next night. Yeah, you shared it with me on Twitter. I can relate. Oh, what's this now?
Look, if you guys need to see higher socks, you need to send higher bids. Frankly. Thank you, King. Undead Burnout with a kingly donation says OnlyFans when? Look, eventually.
Let's go! What the fuck was that? We're gonna do OnlyFans. Is that me? That's me asking Nick for OnlyFans because I love Nick. Is that what you're saying?
Look, if you guys need to see higher socks, you need to send higher bids. Frankly. Thank you, King.
So cute.
Undead Burnout with a kingly donation says OnlyFans when? Look, eventually.
Let's go! Okay. Moderator's destiny. There's Dylan. Yes, there's Dylan. Can you all see? I haven't seen Chud. We haven't done a Chud one. Maybe Chud will be next. Implied rights. Is this whatever I damn well please? It is. Surplusage. Surplumage. State mandated monogamy, state mandated pregnancy. Which one would you like? I will eventually have an OnlyFans for wizard feet. That's all platform degeneracy. What smells like Arby's? Oh, his. Oh, never mind. That's so true. That's what happened. It was the update. It fucked out. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, gay fish. The Little Mermaid. Gay fish. I mean, it's what they asked for. They got upset that Melissa McCartney didn't have a gay makeup artist. I'm thirsty. Gulp. Here is milk. Gulp, gulp. I filled it in. Oh my god. You know what? Nick is just glorious, isn't he? And yes, we've got our lovely Sam Cedar. I'm thirsty. Here is milk. Gulp, gulp. I filled it with my what bucket? There you go, Zero Fucks. What? No. What? No. Wizard sleeve. That guy's balls. You can join my OnlyFans for guys in comfy pants. Yes, it's Mr. Comfy Pants. That's the link. Fish dicks. Not that buckets of you know what. Yes, that's what I thought. I thought it was buckets of. I filled it with my bucket of. And look how white it is. Anyway, we are gonna go now. Because it's time for Tuesday's show with Sitch and Adam. Thank you guys very much for bearing with me this stream. Thank you for sticking around. We got maybe like a good 10 minutes of analysis out of 4 hours. I think it's great. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the donations. We will get the RAM, okay? It's not the RAM, actually. We're getting a whole ass computer to help us because this thing it doesn't have any slots open. Yeah. Anyway, we will see you on Thursday for unless we've changed topic, but I'll speak to everybody tomorrow. But yeah, it's going to be the decline of Jordan Peterson is what we'll be talking about on Thursday's group stream with thinkers doing a think. And yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Leave a like, y'all. Yes, thank you, Ekran Shadox. That is a good idea. TY for the tingles. Pleasure. Thank you guys so much. Well, I'll see you guys just to say hi on Sitch and Adam. And thanks, Adam, if you're out there still, if it was really you. I don't know if it was him. Oh, I think it was. Anyway, the point is thanks, and Lucy and all of you guys for the donations and for the patience more than anything else in the world. And thank you, Nico, for the memes, as usual. So I think it's a whole case of have a nice life.
Go and subscribe, you shit.